themselves to perform at the highest of levels.
Our crew tonight officiating the game, Dick Bavetta, Greg Willard, and Tony Brothers. And here we go, starting with the Nowitzki drive into Stoudemire.
You can see he put his head down, went right to the basket, but you cannot celebrate.
Marion missing with the lead pass, and Dirk comes up with it. And this is Michael Finley, picked up by Richardson, and immediately they're attacking the lane is Dallas's offense.
Well, again, they only shot 12 free throws in the entire game one. They've got to get to the basket.
Jason Terry picks up a foul right there as he was guarding Steve Nash.
I think it's going to be also important for Eric Dampier to get a couple touches down there to see if Stoudemire maybe will pick up a foul. Stoudemire does not want a foul. He does not want to have to go over and sit on the bench. And they got to make him guard somebody, Kevin. In game one, he just roamed around, used no energy on the defense.
Here's Dampier trying to push him out of the lane. And they rotate, and Nash finds Richardson for three.
And the beat goes on. 12 of 22. The Suns were in game one. Tonight, Quentin Richardson knocks down his first one.
Michael Finley on the wing and hooks it into Dampier, who is stripped of the ball by Nash. It ricochets off Dampier, and that's a turnover for Dallas.
I think the big thing what Dallas wants to see with Eric Dampier is competitive spirit. You know, compete in that lane. Don't let anything come easy. Take some tough fouls, but let people know you're in there. All of his fouls, Kevin, have been touch fouls.
Or at least on the offensive end, establish yourself there.
Make a mistake, play through it.
This is Joe Johnson, who's had a terrific playoff so far. Nowitzki grabs it. And here comes Jason Terry, who continues his good wave from the Houston Rocket first series that Dallas won 4-3. This is Josh Howard.
Nice start by Dallas. Already you see more bounce in their step than they had in the game one.
This is Nash. And Sean Marion with the walk, with the turnover right there. And early energy, you think, too, is important for the Mavericks, especially on the road.
Well, you've got to give yourself the feeling that you can win this game. You don't want to dig yourselves a hole. And Kevin, you know, we talk about the ends of quarters. You start the Suns started the first quarter with a 12-4 run, the second quarter with a 15-6, the third quarter with an 11-4 run. That's 38-14 to start quarters.
Big numbers, yeah. Nowitzki picked up by Marion, who strips the ball. Marion is the best Phoenix defender, and here come the Suns. Galloping is Stoudemire. Steve Nash. And the shot clock with plenty of time, and we're approaching 2 minutes elapsed already in this first quarter.
I tell you, when you play with Steve Nash, you must look where he is at all time. He will find you.
Richardson for two.
That's what you want to do with Quentin. Make him put the ball on the floor, shoot the ball off the move. Don't let him get his feet set. But there you are, the runs in game one. You know, in the first quarter, you had an 8-0 run. The second quarter, I mean, this adds up to 35 points over about a 13-minute period of time. This is what happens, how these surges can beat you.
Stoudemire from outside, and Dampier was there. Nowitzki has grabbed his third rebound already in this game. A three by Dirk over Marion.
That's a little bit too quick. I think they can move the ball. You don't want to take quick shots against Phoenix. The other night, Dallas took 98 shots. Phoenix only 88 because they didn't get to the free throw line. You got to stop the game against Phoenix.
Richardson tries to work it inside. Marion over Nowitzki. So Dallas's offense, you think more patience on the offensive end tonight.
Pick and choose your spots. If you got something early, you take it. But Kevin, you have to have the patience to be able to pass up a 17-footer, knowing if you move it around, make Phoenix defend a little bit, you can still get that same shot. Use some clock, and then you got to throw the ball in the post.
Dallas has started 2 of 4 from the field. This is Dampier. That'll with the left hand as well.
Throw the ball in the post.
And Phoenix the other way, 2 of 7 on their start from the floor. Steve Nash for 2.
He's amazing. Absolutely amazing. 50% shooter on the season, over 40% from 3, over 80% from the line, 11+ assists, led the league in that category. An amazing year for Steve Nash.
And he's only matched by Jason Terry, who has similar great shooting numbers from the field.
Jason Terry is a more offensive minded point guard than what Dallas has normally had. Phoenix, Steve Nash used to be there. He was thinking pass. Jason Terry looks to score a little more.
Michael Finley and Nowitzki.
See, throw the ball in the post again. You slow the game down. Use some clock. Go up to get a score and a foul. That's how you control the tempo, Kevin.
Even if you take a shot to the noggin, it pays off, and Dallas on top by 1.
Well, we talked to Avery Johnson before the game, and he said we've got to get Dirk down on that post a little bit more. Sean Marion, quickness-wise, has the advantage. Dirk Nowitzki has the size. And remember, in the first series against Houston, he was down there against Tracy McGrady, started fading a lot on his shot. And then even when he was open, he was fading. Shot 38% in that series. Finished the other night very strongly in the fourth quarter. I think that's made him feel good coming into the game tonight.
Nowitzki in the regular season, an 85% free throw shooter. Can't capitalize right there on the game's first free throw. And the high score with 4 points so far is Dirk Nowitzki. Nash to Stoudemire. Rebound by Dampier, and Dallas +1 in that category, in that rebounding category.
See, Stoudemire loves to slip all the screens. He really doesn't set a screen. He comes over like he's going to, and he slips it. So you have to be aware of that defensively and rotate to him quickly.
Richardson picks up number 1 for Phoenix. Mavericks have led by 2, and the Suns have led by a single point in the early going. Across the lane, Josh Howard. Dampier's got 2 underneath.
Dribble penetration leads to offensive rebounds when big men come over to help and block shots. Dampier off to a positive sign here. He's got a couple field goals in the paint.
So now Dampier and Nowitzki have 8 of Dallas's 10. This is Stoudemire draped with defenders inside, and here comes Finley.
Mike double dribble here by Michael Finley. I thought Greg Willard might get Mike D'Antoni with a technical. Mike very upset, feeling that guys had their arms and chests up against Stoudemire as he was trying to shoot underneath the basket.
Does it look like Dallas is playing Stoudemire different tonight?
Well, they're swarming him, and they've got their hands up on defense, and they're not letting him dunk the basketball here to start this game. They're trying to take his layups and dunks out of the game, make him make shots.
Nash, mission 3.
Now watch Dampier keep his hands up. Keeps his hands up, goes over. Look at 3 guys helping out, swarming him, and here comes Nowitzki with the block.
Finley to Nowitzki, and the ball knocked away. No foul. 12 seconds on the shot clock.
Well, Dallas has got the ball in the lane more tonight in the first 4.5 minutes than they did maybe in the first half the other night. They are playing much more with a sense of purpose.
Finley to Dampier. 6 quick points for Eric Dampier. 3 of 3 from the field. And the Suns like that as they get it to Stoudemire down deep against Dirk Nowitzki.
Maybe he listened to Dirk Nowitzki and took some of his words to heart. Again, that's what leaders do.
Across the lane is Stoudemire, who has yet to score on his 4 shots. And he was shoved and fouled inside, and Dirk picks up number 1.
And we talk about Dallas tonight. They have to have a defensive mindset. Look at it. They were minus 56 points in these 4 areas. 3-point shooting, free throws, points in the paint, and points off turnovers. They have to get that to a working margin, get the score to about 102, 105 points tonight. And how do you control the pace of the game? You get to the line, you shoot a good percentage, limit your turnovers. The Suns had 26 points off 10 steals the other night. So you throw the ball in the post, you make Phoenix play some defense, you get to the line, you try to slow them down. And Kevin, the reason we're talking so much about what Dallas has to do right now is because Phoenix was so dominant in game 1. What does Dallas have to do to try to win a game in this series?
Nowitzki sets a screen. Terry can't hit. Dallas on a 6-0 run. Joe Johnson quiet so far. And Josh Howard with the good-looking rebound. This is a completely different Dallas team we're watching tonight. A different start, a different gleam in their eye as Terry sails in for 2.
How about 10 points in the paint, none for Phoenix. In game 1, it was 54-42 Phoenix, already plus 10 points in the paint for Dallas.
Suns have missed their last 7, but and that hit right there puts it in, and that makes it a 14-9 game with Dallas on top. Neither team has made a change in their opening lineups. Suns have hit a 3. Dallas has not hit a 3 yet.
So he's trying to get Steve Nash involved in all kinds of screen rolls. That time it was Dampier first, he rolled, and then it was Nowitzki making Nash work on the defensive end.
Trying to keep him busy.
Keep him busy, try to wear him down. He means so much to this team. He's at the center of everything they do on the offensive end.
Nice deflection by Dampier. So a different Dallas team has shown up in this points in 6 minutes with 2 rebounds and 4 points by Nash leading Phoenix. Amari Stoudemire, a 40-point night game 1 with no points in 4 tries. Jim Jackson has come in for the Phoenix Suns. Then they go inside Nash to Stoudemire and a foul on Dampier with the shove. We've had 6 lead changes and no ties so far in this game.
Well, we talked about how Eric Dampier needed to get off to a good start tonight. The big man, no points the other night. Defensively, he's got his hand on a couple balls. He's gotten inside, got a tip in, got a score, got a dump down and a little layup. So he's 3 for 3 of the floor with 6 points. And Amari Stoudemire missed his first 4 shots from the floor, has been to the free throw line now. This is his 4th attempt, 2 of 4, finally in the books with 2 points. But you know, before the night is over, he's probably going to have 30-plus points because this team, again, just does not have any answers for him, Kev.
Jimmy Jackson has taken the place of Joe Johnson, who is on the Phoenix bench. And here comes Jason Terry, who has gone 1 of 3 to start for the Dallas Mavericks. Michael Finley over Richardson.
He's such a big part of this team. We saw it in the Houston series. He was so quiet in the first 2 games. They lost, came back into Houston on the road, had a 20-point game, followed up in game 4 with a couple big jump shots.
Nash. And he tipped it, and Terry vacuums it in, and here comes Josh Howard the other way for Dallas. Finley, Dampier, and he's got 8.
Throw the ball in the post. Amari Stoudemire does not want to foul down there. Keep attacking.
From Steve Nash. And Nowitzki sheds the defense of Marion, who committed, and Dirk Nowitzki has now got 6 points, starting 3 of 5. Nash, Stoudemire, and those are his. That's his first basket. He's got 4 points after hitting 2 at the line.
That screen roll is so deadly because he makes that bounce pass in traffic, and Stoudemire has great hands. He's able to catch and deliver.
Jason Terry. They let him have that shot in game 1. Looks like they're at least giving it to him early in game 2, and the court link pass is thrown astray.
Again, Phoenix is not going to foul in there. So if you're Dallas, you got to know, keep going in there and keep attacking. I mean, they're off to a great start. 14 points in the paint, Kevin, to 4 for Phoenix. So plus 10 in that area. They were minus 12 in game 1. So already you can see a swing in that phase of the game.
Free throw shooting, only 1 so far for Dallas, and 2 of 4 from the line for the Phoenix Suns. Dallas has it, having hit their last 4 shots from the field. Jerry Stackhouse in the game for the first time and blows right by Jimmy Jackson.
Well, you want to make Stack go left. That time he did a nice job, gathered himself and scored. So positive sign right off the bench. He gives him a field goal.
Nice rotation to Richardson, who stepped out of bounds. But every time Stoudemire touches that ball inside, he's snapping it back out because he has 2 Mavericks behind him.
And that's what you do. You don't try to shoot with a crowd. You trust your teammates. They start hitting, and it opens it up for you. That's exactly what you have to do.
How about a young player, though, dealing, Doug, with the frustration of knowing that every time he touches it, he's got a couple guys on his back.
Well, he saw that in Memphis in game 1 of this series. They made a commitment to run at him. He only had 9 points, but he adjusted his game, and he finished that series beautifully.
Michael Finley for 3, and Finley is on tonight. He has started 2 of 3. He's got 5, and the Suns have their largest deficit of the playoffs. They're down by 12.
Well, we saw it in game 1. Detroit had hammered Indiana in game 1 of that series. Game 1 of our doubleheader tonight. Indiana comes back and wins on the road. Well, we have a replay of this tonight. Dallas off to a wonderful offensively. The longer they get on the clock, the worse their offense is.
So Dallas has taken 19 shots and made 13. Phoenix has gone 6 of 17, 35% to start the game from the floor. And here's Nash. He's 2 of 4, and now 3 of 5 with a nice penetrating move.
You know, when you watch Steve Nash, it's not like you watch him and say, man, he's lightning quick.
Right.
But he gets where he wants to go on the floor. He's a very deceptive player. He has a quick step, but he knows where he wants to go, and he sets you up, and he gets there.
To Stackhouse again with that isolation on Jackson, and Marion comes up with the rebound. Ahead to Jimmy Jackson, open over Stackhouse. Marion with the offensive rebound. Nash for 3. Marion, another rebound. And out of bounds, Sean Marion getting 3 rebounds from one end to the next. He's one of the top playoff rebounders right now in the NBA.
Well, that's the activity that he brings. He's got to guard Dirk Nowitzki. He's going to run on the break. He's going to rebound the basketball. Phoenix is going to have to do to show that it works and keep winning because they're under the microscope right now. Everybody's going to say you can't run yourself to a championship. You know, this is a different era of basketball. Well, they've proven in the first 5 games they've only gotten better in the playoffs than what they were in the regular season. Dallas has come out tonight, a little bit more sense of purpose, playing a much better brand of basketball. You can see what they've done now. They've gone to 4 smalls and Nowitzki as the center. So they've gone to that smaller lineup sooner than we saw it in game 1.
Marquise Daniels has taken the place of Jason Terry. This is Josh Howard taking it inside. So Dallas jumping off of what Doug just said. Nowitzki, Finley, Stackhouse, Daniels, and Howard. And Phoenix sticking with Stoudemire and Richardson. Jackson is in. Joe Johnson is back in the game. And they've got Sean Marion in the game as well up front.
See, Marquise Daniels is matched up against Joe Johnson to give him a bigger defender. Joe Johnson is a backup point guard that tonight really hurt him with his size. He had 25 points in the game.
Now Nowitzki with Johnson popping over him, and a rebound by Dirk. And he reels in his 5th rebound with 6 points. And Nowitzki gets a Howard screen and finds Daniels underneath for Dallas, and a foul. So counted for 2, and Marquise Daniels will go to the free throw line. They tag Stoudemire with his first for the Phoenix Suns.
Now, how about this? You had your center bringing the ball up the floor. Josh Howard steps in and screens. And then when Nowitzki gets in the lane, the back line of defense has to step off. The nice drop-off pass. So, Kevin, I want to clarify myself when I say small lineup. Small meaning not the conventional, but Daniels, Howard, both 6'6", 6'7", Stackhouse 6'5", 6'6", you know, and Michael Finley. So this is a very rangy, athletic perimeter. This is not little. This is just small.
8 points by Dan Pierce on the Dallas bench, leading all scores. Richardson for 3. And a rebound by Stoudemire, his 4th. And he gives to Richardson.
When you play against the Suns, you have to get a body on Stoudemire and Sean Marion when that ball goes up. You can't turn and go rebound it. You've got to go make contact.
Howard a screen on Jackson. Stackhouse back to Howard, who takes advantage of the open room on the baseline. Nice pick and roll between 2 smalls, as we call it.
And you gotta talk if you're Phoenix. Here's the double team. Now you see now with a small lineup, they're going to double team Stoudemire, force him to pass the ball.
Both teams have a foul to give. They go inside. Richardson. It looked like Nowitzki may have been lunging inside. He did, and he picks up his 2nd foul for the Dallas Mavericks.
See, Nowitzki's playing against Quentin Richardson, and what he was the double man. So when he went down and double teamed, and when the ball was kicked out, he tried to recover, and Quentin Richardson drove the ball and picked up his 2nd foul. Now we have Dampier coming in, so Dampier is not taking off his warm-up here as he comes in. Dick Bavetta says you got to take off your shooting shirt, but Dampier They played well enough where Avery Johnson's coming back with him, so he will play as the 5-man, and now you'll stay with the smaller perimeter.
And how badly they need him now, because their big man, Nowitzki's got 2 fouls, and they want to give him some time on the bench so he doesn't get in further foul trouble.
I expect to see Darrell Armstrong some tonight as well when he continues to go to his bench. But you know what happens? You know, Pat Riley used to say all the time, you know, in the regular season you play 8, you know, you trust about 7 of them, and then in the playoffs your bench gets down to 7 and you trust about 6 of them. It just keeps getting smaller and smaller. Phoenix really only plays 7 players.
Phoenix has a foul to give. And Stackhouse against Jimmy Jackson. They post up by Stack. It was short inside. Daniels gets it into Dampier, who slams with authority. He's got a game-high 10. On a game where he's coming back from being criticized by his teammate, he has come back with a terrific start to game 2.
I've always said when your teammates say something to you, it's leadership. When your coach does, it's criticism. You know what? He's handled it, and he's out here playing well tonight.
Johnson with the miss and gets his own miss and gives to Amar'e Stoudemire. Stoudemire has started 2 of 6 with 6 points for Phoenix.
Well, Mike D'Antoni really looking at his team saying, you know, guys, we have got to get ourselves going here right now. They're being out-hustled on their own floor. That does not happen very often here in Phoenix.
The smashing Stackhouse that takes us to the end of the first quarter. Fireworks on Monday when Nowitzki was in Dampier's ear. He struggled in game 1, but in game 2, Eric Dampier time. When he said that, when Nowitzki said that about Dampier, what was your take on it?
I loved it. Yeah, I think that, you know, obviously you don't want to embarrass anybody in the media, but you want to let your big man know you've got to have him. That's why you went out and signed him. And what it does, it puts the pressure on Dirk Nowitzki. When you step forward like that as a leader of your team and you say something, now you better perform. I've never been around a great player in any sport that didn't put more pressure on himself than on anybody else. And Dirk knows for them to win, that Dampier has to give them something inside, because Stoudemire has to guard somebody, keep him busy now, which gives opportunities to other players on the floor. So I think that's leadership, and when you have a team that's resilient and they're together, they can handle those kind of things. It's the fragmented teams that fall apart.
That's a good point. Now the Suns have put Stephen Hunter out there as Marion launches on the fly. It's a rebound by Marquise Daniels. Jason Terry is back in, and he has been added to the Daniels-Howard group, and they've got Dampier, and Stackhouse remains for Dallas to begin the second quarter.
This helps Dampier because now he can play against the center. This is more what to his liking.
And they go inside again, finds the handle, and he's got 12, which leads all scorers. This is really some kind of story. Here's Nash, as Dallas has their biggest lead.
Also find out what kind of competitor guys are. You know, sometimes guys are quiet. You see Nash with a jump shot. Big guys I've found to be ultra sensitive. You have to be very careful with what you say to them because they're so proud and they get very sensitive. So you got to be able to say those things, and then you got to put your arm around them and love them a little bit. There's got to be a nice blend there.
So Nash is in there with Jackson and Hunter and Marion. And Joe Johnson, who has struggled so far from the floor, 0-4 for Phoenix, is in there. And Daniels takes Marion down deep, and Marion's got the block shot. And here's Johnson to Nash. Jackson for three. But Dallas is rebounding well.
One shot, come down, take your time, no quick ones.
And Howard corkscrews in. And Dampier there to get it, rejected by Hunter. And Nash, who's got 3 assists, looking for a 4th to Hunter. Look at the hounding of Daniels and some nice defense. The shot clock didn't reset. It's a 10. Jackson for 3 at the other end. Good.
I have not liked the last 3 possessions by Dallas. 2 forced shots and a turnover. And I think Avery Johnson feels the same thing. Jimmy Jackson did not have a basket in game 1. He comes up with a big 3. Phoenix is a team of surges. You have to stop them, and you do that with good possessions. Good timeout here by Avery Johnson. Does not want his team.
Early 90s, he used to watch these Suns teams at 4 a.m. while coaching in Italy. Really became enamored with that style of play. His dad was the guy who taught him the game. He was his high school coach. And he's the NBA Coach of the Year. Jason Terry with the Dampier screen on Nash.
Again, trying to screen Steve Nash. You talked about it, Kevin, keeping him busy. That time a nice screen by Eric Dampier, and Stephen Hunter did not get out quickly enough on that pick.
Nash with it, working on Hunter's screen. Terry sticking right with him, and Terry poked it away.
Steve Nash is working very hard in this game. He's working on both ends, trying to create his team shots. On the other end, Jason Terry been very active, involved in this game. He's 3 of 5 from the floor for 6 points. Very good balance right now as you see Dampier sit down. 12 of the 22 points for Dallas by Dampier in the paint.
12 is a game high. Nowitzki has come back in the game. Shot clock here is at 5, and Nash finds Hunter. Picked up by Dirk Nowitzki, and he grabs on to another rebound with his 6 points. He's got 6 rebounds, and the drive off the baseline is in by Josh Howard. And a lot of penetration by Dallas tonight, and that means free throw attempts and easy points inside.
And the clock is stopping, and right now you can see Avery Johnson is a guy who really cut his teeth in San Antonio playing with big lineups. 2 big men, Duncan and Robinson. That's the way he wants the game to be played. That's the way he wanted to play it going into the playoffs against Houston. That did not work against Houston, and it's not going to work against Phoenix, so he's going to have to be flexible. It's what he's doing tonight. He's made the adjustment to go with 4 attacking players on the perimeter. Either have Dampier on the floor or Nowitzki.
Marty Stoudemire has come in for Stephen Hunter. Walter McCarty is in. He just picked up that last foul for the Suns. Nash and Jimmy Jackson out there. Joe Johnson with the pass. That's the Phoenix 5 with 3 minutes gone in this second quarter. A 3 by Johnson. His first hit.
cannot help off him in the corner. Your tendency is to go and help in the middle. Josh Howard went over to help Jimmy Jackson as he got in the lane offensively, trying to help his teammate Jason Terry. You've got to stay attached to those three-point shooters. Make Jimmy Jackson shoot the ball.
Dallas is shooting 59%. The Suns 39%. Nowitzki is 3 of 6. Stackouts.
He's going to try to take him down into the paint, shoot that little jumper.
That's a foul, and Nash picks it up. The MVP, the 31-year-old Steve Nash with number 1.
The NBA is such a game of matchups. When you get a matchup you want to exploit, you space the floor, you go to it. They rule Steve Nash there with the hand check and the foul.
That was a hard foul, and Michael Finley just checks in for Daniels. And the second foul thrown on Steve Nash.
I could not see that. The referee and the people were standing up right in front of me. What they do, call pulling him down? Is that what he did on that play, pull down Jason Terry? But they cannot get Steve Nash in foul trouble. Remember, he got 3 the other night right before halftime and still went back in the game. Mike D'Antoni trusted him with a big lead to go back in.
Shot clock at 3 for Finley, who has started sharply tonight. 3 of 4, 7 points.
He goes left on all of his jump shots. When he starts to go right, Kevin, you got to keep him going that way. Don't let him come back to his left side and shoot that jump shot.
It's Nash with a runner. You love that shot.
I love it because the shot blocker can't get there, and really it's a running layup is what it is, and you can have great control of that shot, make it be very soft.
Screen by Nowitzki. The mismatch with Stoudemire on Terry, and it stays that way, and a good fake by Terry. And he throws it away inside, and there is a foul, and Jason Terry colliding with Nash puts a foul, or they get a timeout. Howard on Nash. Now Nowitzki on Nash, and Finley is guarding Stoudemire. Nice help defense by Howard, who picks up a foul, but they do somewhat deny that lane, or at least attempt to deny the lane.
Well, you can see what they're doing. They're converging on his drives and not letting him dunk the ball or lay it up. They're going to make him shoot free throws and try to take away those easy baskets.
So Stoudemire at the free throw line, where already he is 2 of 4. The Suns 3 of 6 from the stripe. Dallas 1 of 3. Let's take a look at our coverage tomorrow. The national TV schedule. This is ESPN bringing you Miami at Washington. Heat up 2-0. And San Antonio leads this series with the Sonics 2-0. That is tomorrow night on TNT, 8 o'clock Eastern time.
How good has Dwayne Wade been in the playoffs? Right now with Shaquille O'Neal still not his normal self with that leg injury, Dwayne Wade is carrying that team. And how about San Antonio, Kevin? We saw their first loss to Denver. Since then, they've been red hot and rolling. Ginobili, Duncan, and Parker.
Daniels back in. Now they get Marion on the switch on Terry. Nowitzki with another rebound. He's got 7.
Dirk got away with one there. He put both hands in the back of Amari Stoudemire. That could have been his 3rd foul. They're going right at Nash with Marquise Daniels inside. Marion comes over and gives help and blocks the shot.
And that triggers a Nash run the other way. And there's Joe Johnson launching a 3. And saved by Johnson, but right back to Finley and the galloping Mavericks on a 4-on-2. And it's into Stackhouse. And a charge. It's on Dallas. Nash took it hard inside.
See, Michael Finley should have given that ball up to Jason Terry. Watch it right there. He should have given it to his point guard. He leaves his feet. That's an easy call right there. Michael Finley knows you jump in the air like that. But had Finley kicked the ball over to Jason Terry, then they would have had numbers as it was. He left his feet and turned the basketball over.
Mavericks have led by as many as 14. 12 by Dampier as a game high. Nash leading the Suns with 10. Johnson with Finley on him. Stripped by Terry. And off of Phoenix with 3 seconds on the shot clock and a turnover. As it stands now, 6 by the Suns and 7 turnovers by Dallas.
You know, it looks to me like Phoenix is trying to do too much tonight on their own. Normally they move the basketball a lot more, Kevin. I've seen them more dribble, getting themselves in congestion, turning the ball over. They're much better off if Nash has got the ball and everybody's moving.
And Nowitzki. All kinds of defenders around him, but not Stoudemire, who is very hesitant to jump in there and join Marion, who picks up a foul. That's the second on him. Well, when you find as a former coach a player trying to do too much, what does that tell you?
That he's too excited and you're behind. He said, look, let the game come to you here. We got to trust this has worked for us all season long. Let's trust it now. You know, just because we're behind, we don't want to change the way.
D'Antoni as his idol, the guy was admired the most by
Kobe Bryant.
Kobe Bryant. Coach, I can't put anything by you.
Well, we've been together a long time, Coach. I can just see it in your eyes.
Here's Nowitzki. Rebound by Stoudemire. Game high 12 by Dampier, who is back on the court. 10 by Nash, leading the Phoenix Suns. Phoenix is only shooting 39% to Dallas's 55% from the floor. Stoudemire, Dampier knocked it away, and Finley grabs it for Dallas.
Important 5 minutes here for Dallas. They really had control this entire first half. They want to be very smart in their play here. They want to go in on a very up note at halftime.
Finley over Richardson. Michael Finley is off to a terrific start. 15 minutes, 4 of 5 and 9 points.
Well, when he gets 20 or more, and Nowitzki does, it's tough to beat them. And right now, both of those guys are on pace to do that.
Terry is on Richardson. Stoudemire over Dampier. Stoudemire 2 of 7.
Those are the shots they want him to take. No layups, no dunks.
Dallas is leading and rebounding by 3. Nowitzki, there's another leading rebound by Dallas, and Dampier has collected 4. And a foul on Joe Johnson, who tried to make up the difference with him and Finley on the perimeter. First on Joe Johnson.
Well, Eric Dampier is earning a lot of respect from his teammates tonight.
And us, I think, as well.
He's answered the bell. We saw him struggle mightily in the series in Houston. He had one decent game. He was playing against Yao Ming. It seemed like the first 2 minutes of every game he was in foul trouble. Tonight he's come out, 12 points, 4 rebounds, and you can see the players on the team starting to trust him more. You can't fool players. If you don't perform out there, your teammates won't believe in you no matter what the coach says. And you can see tonight what's happened in the minutes played. He and Henderson and Bradley in game 1, 40 minutes combined for only 4 points.
And tonight we haven't seen Henderson. Game high 12 from Dampier, and Nowitzki's got 7, so at that big position, 19 points and 11 rebounds between the two of them. Here's Nash. Dallas has just tied their biggest lead, and Amari Stoudemire from Steve Nash.
That is so beautiful. That left-handed bounce pass by Nash. He can do it with the left hand, the right hand. What a beautiful play.
What a terrific athlete. We've had 6 lead changes and no ties in this game.
See the ball's in the post, Kevin. See how it slows the game down?
And that's what they want. They want to slow down the pace. Rebound by Richardson on the Nowitzki miss. Nash. Marion, what a pass by Steve Nash, and a foul on Dallas. I think Finley was reaching in, Coach.
Now, Sean Marion was defending on this play and is a recipient at the end. But watch this bounce pass. Comes back with his left hand. Look at this. Left-handed on the move between 2 defenders. It's one of those, do not try this at home. This is a professional.
Sean Marion. You know, we talk so much about Nash, and we talk so much about Stoudemire. But as you and I know, and people that watch this league, this kid, Sean Marion, is about the most indispensable guy on this team.
Oh, man. You talked to a lot of opposing coaches. Said, you know what, if you had to take one player off Phoenix's team and play him a game, who would you most likely pick? I've heard a lot of coaches say they'll take Sean Marion because he does so many things on both ends of the floor.
As a rebounder at his size, he is unbelievable. Here's Terry. And Nowitzki. That is a foul on Quentin Richardson inside. Boy, the penetration into the paint by the Mavericks has really been a key tonight for them.
Well, they're playing with more patience. You know, a lot of times, Kevin, you do that when you're fresher mentally. When you get tired mentally, you take quick shots and you take the easy way out. Tonight, they're not taking the easy way out. Quentin Richardson, the one guy on the Suns who loves to slide over and try to take those charges, got there a little late. Nowitzki only shot 1 free throw in game 1. This is 4th and 5th attempts of tonight.
And as a team, Dallas 4 of 7 from the line, and Phoenix 6 of 10. To get a complete all-access look at the NBA playoffs, tune in tomorrow at 7 o'clock Eastern Time for NBA TV Insiders with special guest Bill Raftery. I love Raph. And Eric Snow. Only on NBA TV. If there's a nicer man in this business, I don't know him.
I always kid Raph. He's my hero, paid by every TV network in America, and maybe internationally.
What a terrific person.
He's the best. Raph is the best.
And you'll see him on NBA TV. Here comes Nash holding on to Daniels, and a foul called on Daniels. You see that? I mean, he held on to his jersey to kind of get some torque and spin himself around.
That's the tricks of the trade. That's what you do.
Like a Stockton-like move, huh?
Absolutely. Watch him now. Watch the right hand here. He goes out, gets a little piece of the jersey, uses it for a little leverage there, and Marquise Daniels said, "Now, how did I foul?"
Nash for 3. 3-point shooting tonight. Suns 3 of 9. Dallas from 3, 1 of 3. Here's Terry launching a 3. And Dampier with the rebound. His game is completely revamped tonight. He's got 5 rebounds and a game-high 12. And Stackhouse tried to jam, and they get it with Dampier getting a fresh shot clock with the offensive rebound.
The energy all right now in favor of Dallas. In game 1, it was Phoenix. Tonight, the aggressors, the Dallas Mavericks.
Because a player was called out, and he is responding in a big game 2.
This team's got a lot of pride. They got spanked in here the other night. Jerry Stackhouse with a miss. Here's another offensive rebound that they can't handle. But when you go into a building and you lose by 25, coach shouldn't have to say much about being ready to play the next. Well, also, 12 three-pointers in game 1 tonight, only 3. All of that stuff plays into controlling the tempo of the game with your good offense.
That's a drive and a runner. And it's put up by Joe Johnson, who's now got 5 points. The Mavericks are shooting only 29% in this second quarter. They led by 12 after 1. And Doug, now they lead by 10, so they really haven't lost that much, even though their offense is a bit staggered. And Nowitzki diving inside, a foul on Stoudemire, and Dirk will go to the line for the Dallas Mavericks.
Well, in the series against Houston, he shot almost 10 free throws a game, over 9 in the regular season. A big part of Dallas's game is getting to that line, and Dirk is not settling for the outside shots. I thought it was interesting. Jerry Stackhouse said after game 1, he said, you know, we were going to the basket, and we were looking for Yao Ming and Stoudemire and Marion in positions to try to block shots at the basket.
Each team now has taken 10 free throw attempts. Nash, who got tripped in inadvertently inside, but it was on Daniels, who was also in there, and he picks up the foul. And Ernie, we've got a 52-39 Dallas lead with just a couple minutes remaining in the second quarter of game 2. Let's send it to you in our TNT studios.
And I'll just take it for a couple of seconds from you, Kevin, to tell you about the Verizon Wireless on the road.
We'll look forward to that. It is kind of an interesting game, too. Nice adjustments made by the Pacers against the Pistons. And tonight, obviously, at least through most of this first half, the Mavericks against the Suns.
What you saw in the game 2s, other than San Antonio and Seattle, all game 2s were much closer. The Miami Heat-Washington game was much closer. You saw Indiana breaking through, Dallas now leading. So the team that lost came back much stronger in that game, too.
This is Jerry Stackhouse. He has now gone 2 of 6. With Doug Collins and Cheryl Miller, Kevin Harlan under 2 to play. We are in the second quarter. It's Steve Nash who has a Phoenix high 12 to Joe Johnson. Stackhouse defending. And a foul. Johnson will go to the line. And Stackhouse picks up his first foul of the game.
Joe Johnson is so strong. Jerry Stackhouse is a very wiry, strong player, but probably gives up about 20 pounds to Joe Johnson. So when he hits him with that shoulder, knocks Jerry off balance, draws the foul. He got off to a slow start, only 0 of 4. Now he's worked himself at 3 of 8 for 7 points. And game 1 against Dallas, he was sensational. And what you're seeing also, too, Kevin, is Avery Johnson is playing him with a bigger guy tonight. The other night when he played backup point guard, he had Devin Harris against him, played Darrell Armstrong. They're too small. So he's got Marquise Daniels, Stackhouse. He's got a bigger body on him tonight to try to keep him out of the lane.
Michael Finley to Dirk Nowitzki. And Marion continues to hound Nowitzki. With a dribbling violation. Inside, turnover number 8 against Dallas. 7 in this first half on the Phoenix Suns.
Dirk has been in the post, though, much more tonight than he did in Game 1 or even in the Houston series. Getting down there and using his size.
One time Dallas was plus 12 points in the paint. Now that has been chopped down to 6. Nash. Nowitzki trying for the ball and loose inside, and Finley brings it on in. Rebounding tonight, Dallas plus 8 against the Suns off the glass. Stackhouse defended by Joe Johnson, who got the block. Nice defense by Joe Johnson. And Nash the other way. Walter McCarty. Marquise Daniels. Stackhouse athletic catch and out of bounds off of Dallas.
I don't like the chance that Dallas took on that play. Kevin, they had a chance to come down, use some clock, and get a score, maybe a 2-for-1 possession.
It's Richardson. Tapped in by Sean Marion.
And now Phoenix is going to get the 2-for-1 possession. Managing the clock. You got to risk reward on the road. You've got the lead. If you're not sure that the opportunity's there, take your time and get yourself a good shot. Now the balance swings to Phoenix being able to finish this quarter and half strong.
No fouls to give either way. Final 30 seconds of the first half. Jason Terry finds an opening. Rebound by Sean Marion. Grabs his 8th. Johnson at the other end. Oh, and a hard foul on Jerry Stackhouse.
Referees are talking here. I don't know if they're talking about a possible flagrant. It looked to me like Jerry went up strong to try to block that dunk. Sometimes the severity of the fall makes it look like a flagrant foul. I didn't see any attempt to go to the head or any excessive force in that foul. It looked like he was trying to block the dunk. Let's watch here to see. Goes up strong. There's Jerry Stackhouse, and he just hits his body. What happened is, as he hung on the rim, his feet went out from underneath him.
He swung, you're right. Lower part swung out.
Watch that now. He catches the rim, and when he does, he flips himself up in the air. That's a nasty fall.
And a good non-call by the officials.
See, he grabs the rim. Watch him. Jerry Stackhouse is going for the block. Right there. That's a clean play. And as you see him grasp the rim, and when he does, sort of like a gymnast, his feet fly out, and he's got no place to go but to land hard. Let's hope that it's nothing serious.
Johnson is down. They have called it a flagrant foul.
Wow, I'm surprised.
I am too.
There's no question he took a hard foul. Avery Johnson out trying to talk to Dick Bavetta.
But when they see this,
I thought Jerry Stackhouse went for the block. There was contact to the body. Watch now, he goes here. It looks like he gets the ball right there, and he catches him, but his hand grasps the rim, and then he flipped himself. I mean, there's no question he fell hard, but I thought Jerry Stackhouse went to try to block this shot. I mean, there was a little, but it was more of Joe Johnson grabbing the rim and his feet flying out from underneath him, and then came down very hard. Let's hope, Kevin, that he's not seriously injured. It looked like there might be a little blood over one of his eyes.
Right eye, Doug, his right eye.
Now the rule here is that Joe Johnson must shoot his free throws. If he doesn't shoot the free throws, he can't play the rest of the game. So he has to shoot these free throws, try to finish this half, or Mike D'Antonio doesn't want to take a foul here because now you put Dallas on the line. So they'd like for Joe Johnson to be able to step up, make these free throws, and then finish out the half, get him stitched up, and hopefully he'll be okay to come back in the second half.
Just under 20 seconds to play in the first half. We are in Phoenix in game 2. To both coaches what he will be calling, and there was just a conference prior to this conference among the 3 officials. Bavetta, who has refereed, officiated many NBA Finals games in his career, has made the ruling. And you can see like a fighter. Yeah, I mean, he's got that puffed eye.
They're going to have to get some ice on that, obviously, at halftime. Well, you can see the welt on that left eye. I tell you, these players go to the basket with such a reckless abandon. And again, Jerry Stackhouse went up hard to block that shot. Obviously, when you see a fall like that, your first thought is a flagrant foul. You see Jerry go over and let him know there was no intent there to hurt him. But again, it'll be 2 free throws and the basketball. And again, Joe Johnson must shoot the free throw, Kevin, or Avery Johnson would come down and select a player off the Phoenix bench to shoot them, and then he could not play the rest of the night.
So they'll take him out and stitch him up. He looks like a fighter. Puffed eye, and Dr. Freddie Pacheco. He has 8 points because Joe Johnson all in this second quarter. So there he goes. They'll stitch him up.
And they got to get some ice on that thing to get that swelling down, because if it swells shut, that's where you lose your vision. So you can live with some stitches, but if that eye swells up, you can't see out of it, Kevin. That's the thing you have to be worried about.
Darrell Armstrong has come in for the first time tonight, guarding Nash. There's no fouls to give either way. Stephen Hunter is in the game for the Phoenix Suns.
It's an emotional play right here for Phoenix to go into the half with.
Nash will take it. Rebound by New Orleans State Allen Henderson, who got it off to Finley, and that shot is no good as the buzzer sounds, and that takes us to halftime. So Dallas led by...
Worked himself. Probably going to be a 30-point night when it's all said and done, just with his energy and hustle.
Dallas is shooting 49% from the floor. Terry is 3 of 8. Dampier is 6 of 7. Shot clock is at 5. That was deflected and taken by Jimmy Jackson. Buckle up for Sean Marion.
Deflection, steals, easy scores.
Marquise Daniels. That's an interception. 2 in a row by Jackson. Marion again the other way. And a foul is called on Jason Terry. And now the Suns are exploding.
Need I say the importance of taking care of the ball? The deflection by Jimmy Jackson. Who is there? Sean Marion, Mr. Reliability, the guy who fills up the stat sheet. Here's the double team once again, picked off this time again by Jimmy Jackson. Who's on the end of the break again? Sean Marion. This guy ignites his teammates, his crowd. Wow, what a year, what a playoff series this young man is having. Goes all the way back to the Olympics, where I thought he was one of the bright lights on that Olympic team that did not play well over in Athens.
Doug, Sean Marion is the only player in the playoffs with a double-double in every game this postseason.
It's pretty impressive when you think of all the guys who are playing and all the great players.
7-0 run by Phoenix. Finley for 3. That was very, very needed. Only the 3rd of 10 that the Mavericks have knocked in above the arc. I told you Dallas shooting about 50%. The Suns are shooting 44% from the floor. Marion. And a shove on Dampier. A foul. Oh, hold on to your emotions. So because they know the game is getting a little chippy. And he picks up his 3rd personal foul. There's Eric Dampier.
Stoudemire going to the line to shoot his 11th and 12th free throws. Kevin, he shot 17 in game 1. Got off to a slow start tonight, missed his first 4 shots. He has 11 rebounds, going for his 18th and 19th points. So he's a young man who's learning to find ways to score. He's only taken 12 shots, but he has a hunger to see that ball go in the basket. And again, he knows there's no one on that front line of Dallas who has the speed to match up with him if he can just keep the game going at his pace.
Leading scorer with 20 is Michael Finley. 3 other players in this game with 19 apiece. Marion, Stoudemire, and Nowitzki. Michael Finley guarded heavily by Marion. What great defense by Sean Marion to Steve Nash. Barbosa. And snatched inside by Dampier. Marquise Daniels. And Finley for three. Good. Michael Finley, 9 of 12 in a game-high 23.
He's coming up with big shots to keep his team in the game. Hit about 3 jumpers in this quarter when they were on the ropes.
12 points in the quarter, right, Doug, for Michael Finley. For Dallas, there's a travel on Amari Stoudemire of the Phoenix Suns.
This guy's done it his entire career. We saw it here in the regular season. Hit 2 big threes late in the game. Had a 33-point night in here when Dallas came in the regular season. And Mike D'Antoni was upset because 2 of the players stayed back in the backcourt trying to trap Dampier and gave them a fast break on the other end.
No fouls to give either way. This is for the tie by Finley. Rebound by Barbosa. And Phoenix is +4 tonight in rebounding.
A chance 2 for 1 possession if they go here quickly.
Nash. Pass to Marion. Steve Nash, the MVP of the NBA, has just dished out his 10th assist tonight. But none prettier than that.
Left hand, you got 2 shot blockers coming. Just flip it over to Marion. Jerry Stackhouse wants to drive right here. They're going to push him to his left hand and try to make him pass the basketball. He gets right anyway. Jimmy Jackson's got to overplay that right hand.
You know Stack well.
Well, he's such a powerful player when you let him get to the right. When he goes left, you can get him somewhat under control. He can still finish on you at the basket, but going right, he's so powerful.
The first foul goes on Jimmy Jackson. This is Jerry Stackhouse at the free throw line for the first time tonight with 4 points, 2 of 10 shooting from the field. A free throw right there. We keep talking about the free throws, but it is a very definite part of this game. 9 of 17, the Mavericks. 18 of 25 from the line, the Phoenix Suns.
Well, the Suns were +14 makes in that category in game 1. Tonight, +8. Make it now +7.
Final seconds. This is Barbosa. Not in time. An electrifying 13-point third quarter by Shawn Marion. Will Phoenix...
You look at the numbers. 23 points for Michael Finley, 12 in that third quarter. But the thing that stood out to me in Phoenix, they had 9 points off turnovers in that quarter. They had 10 fast break points after only having 4 in the entire first half. So the third quarter was played at their pace. Can Dallas get the pace back in their direction and try to close out this game and get a win on the road?
But as you were saying, Doug, Dallas has weathered the storm, and it was a huge one that blew in their way, and they trailed just by 2 going to the fourth quarter.
Well, Phoenix saw their first half not played at the level they like to play, but also, too, they saw their teammate be taken to the hospital at halftime, and that's a sobering effect on a team. And they came out and really, with a fury, came after the Mavericks.
Eric Dampier has put in 13. He's out there with Howard and Daniels, along with Finley and Stackhouse. Rebound by Dampier. And they wheel inside with Stackhouse. And that is a foul, and it goes on the Phoenix Suns. And Jimmy Jackson is tagged with his second as we go to Cheryl Miller.
Well, Kevin and Doug, Michael Finley is in his 10th season, and he said this is a special time of the year for him. He said he doesn't want to look back at his career and said, I had a great opportunity to win a lot of games and contend for a title and didn't make the most out of the opportunity. And right now he's doing everything he can to steal this one on the road.
Daniels slithers inside for 2. And that ties the game at 82. The Suns had a big lead of 6. Dallas closing out that third quarter on an 8-4 run. That third quarter on an 8-4 run. It's Stoudemire inside. Wow, what a stop.
That was good defense. That was just better offense. He hung in the air, kissed it off the glass. You know, Kevin, the interesting thing about the Mavericks is they were the Suns 3 or 4 years ago. Yeah. Small ball, up-tempo. Everybody said they couldn't do it. And now the Suns are trying to do something Dallas couldn't get done, and that's they can get to the NBA Finals, maybe win a championship.
Daniels hits again. Daniels has 7 points off the bench. 13 bench points by Dallas. 10 bench points by the Phoenix Suns. Jackson. Oh, rejected by Stackhouse. What a swallow inside. Now they've got Marion, Barbosa, Stoudemire, Jackson, and Richardson. The Phoenix 5, and a big-time 3 nailed by Michael Finley, and he's got 26, which is a game high.
You cannot go under the screen on that. You've got to chase him over the top and get a hand in his face. Too good a shooter, and he's on too good a roll right now.
And Stoudemire inside. Howard was defending. And Dampier was in there as well. Dampier picks up the foul.
Look at this block by Jerry Stackhouse. Met him right at the top. We've seen Sean Marion pull those kind of plays. See where Barbosa goes underneath the screen. That's too much space. Finley's shooting the ball too well. Now, if a guy's struggling, maybe you want to do that. But when a guy's shooting the ball well, Kevin, you got to fight over those screens and let him know that you're chasing him from behind to try to distract him.
This is Amari Stoudemire, who now is 10 of 13 from the free throw line, 6 of 13 from the field, 22. Finley with the game high, 26. And now coming the 27th free throw attempt by the Phoenix Suns to the 18 of the Dallas Mavericks.
Well, all of this done being with Dirk Nowitzki over on the sideline getting a little bit of a rest, so he should be fresh and ready to go, come back in to finish this game. So the Mavericks doing a nice job here while their best players on the bench resting.
Nowitzki, Dampier, Finley with 4 fouls apiece. Michael Finley, no one on him.
Oh, wide open. Michael Finley won't get a better shot than that.
Finley is 10 of 15. Jackson off the bench with 9 points, taking the place of Joe Johnson. And there's Stoudemire. Finley saved by Marion. Richardson for 3.
Those are killers. Offensive rebounds for 3-point shots. Those are like daggers as you're trying to win on the road. Extra shots, extra possessions. Quentin Richardson spots up and knocks it down. Tied Kyle Korver this year for the most threes made in the NBA this season. Had the most.
Rebounding in this game, +4 for the Suns, has not been a big story.
You always know what a team is thinking coming out of a timeout. Who are they going to go to get the shot? Watch Nowitzki coming off the screen here.
Dirk just got back in. The shot clock is down to 9. Jerry Stackhouse guarded by Jimmy Jackson. Finley over Stoudemire. Oh, another big hit by Michael Finley. He's got a game-high 29, 11 of 16. Finley is at 5 3-point shots.
And Mike D'Antoni said to Amari Stoudemire, you must stay attached to Michael Finley. That's going to be an offensive foul on Stoudemire inside as Finley got the position. That'll be his 4th. Well, let's watch the matchups now. A small lineup for Dallas on the floor. There's the contact as Stoudemire pushes off with his arm. Let's see who Stoudemire is guarding. He's guarding Josh Howard. So they're going to go at him off the dribble, make him play, and see if they can exploit that matchup a little bit.
Stackhouse 2 of 10. Jackson knocked it away and picked up a foul.
That's a great matchup there. Jimmy Jackson and Jerry Stackhouse, 2 very tough veteran players. Guys who physically are tough. They will compete. Well, Jerry Stackhouse has had a very quiet night, 2 of 10 from the floor. Was involved with that play with Joe Johnson as he tried to block that dunk late in the half.
Jackson picks up his 3rd foul. ESPN tomorrow, beginning at 8 o'clock Eastern time, gives you Miami at Washington and San Antonio at Seattle. Miami and the Spurs lead their respective series, 2 games tonight. Cheryl Miller and Doug Collins. This is Kevin Harlan. We're in Phoenix, and this is Game 2, Western Conference semifinals. Phoenix up 1 game tonight.
One of the things that Mike D'Antoni has got to make sure his team understands is don't leave Michael Finley. This guy's a big game shooter. Whoever's guarding him cannot help out on the floor. You've got to stay attached. He's 11 of 16 for the floor, 29 points.
Phoenix at 44% from the field. Nash to Barbosa. Nice fake by Barbosa on Daniels, who sticks with it and finally gets the ball. And here comes Dallas shooting 51% from the field.
Small lineup again for Dallas. Nowitzki playing actually as the 5-man guarded by Marion.
Now the switch, and Marion is on Finley. And Richardson draws a foul with the great fake by Nowitzki.
Keep our eye now on that free throws as they start to mount. It's 5 on Quentin Richardson, but getting into the penalty. Remember that controls tempo, Kevin. If you can get to that line, slow the game down, takes away from Phoenix's ability to try to run.
You gave a great number the other night, Doug, in game 1, saying that Phoenix commits the fewest fouls of any team in the NBA. Now tonight, they've committed 20 as a team and 21 by Dallas.
Normally they commit 19 fouls a game. They give up about 21 free throws. So that's a big part of their plan. And Mike D'Antoni, I was talking to him before the game, he said when Jimmy Jackson and Walter McCarty came here, we had to stress to them, we don't want to take a lot of fouls. Their mentality was to take hard fouls around the basket. He said we had to let them know we did not want to do that. We want to keep the game moving.
Finley to Daniels, and Walter McCarty in the game. On him. Nowitzki. Marion. Oh, what a fake by Dirk Nowitzki to get that shot away. The 12th rebound by Stoudemire with his 23 points for Phoenix. Nash over his buddy Nowitzki.
Well, when you're struggling, get in the hands of Steve Nash. He'll make the right decisions.
Again, they go on that left side with Nowitzki through the hands of Howard and the other way with Nash. Turnover number 13 by the Dallas Mavericks. 12 by Phoenix. Nash into Howard and a foul. So Nash will go to the free throw line. A shot to the head by Josh Howard of the Dallas Mavericks and tagged with his 4th.
I think Dallas has to be very careful not to just throw the ball to Nowitzki and start standing around and try to play out the double teams. They're better when they get movement. You can still get post-ups and all, but you got to do it on the move. The last couple possessions, Kevin, they've gotten very stagnant. There's Jason Terry's had a very, very quiet night. He's about ready to check back in the game.
Only 3 of 8, Doug.
And 2 assists, 6 points. And remember, he was the MVP of that Houston series. 32 on the road in game 4. And then the big game 7, 31 points, 12 of 12 from the free throw line. In the first 2 games of this series, he's not attempted a free throw.
And then he's shot. Mavericks have 4 starters with 4 fouls. As we approach 7 to play in the 4th.
Let's see if Dallas gets some movement to their offense.
Terry is in. They've sent Daniels to the sideline, and here's Stackhouse. Jackson on him. Let's see the screen. They switch up the defense, and now Marion is on Stackhouse. And the shot clock at 5.
That wasn't a good possession. Good defense by Phoenix. Forced a jump shot.
Nash. Finley guarding him. Slipping it inside to Stoudemire. Foul on Josh Howard.
Did you see Steve Nash orchestrate that whole play? He was out at the top, and he goes, okay, let me see. Who's guarding who? Oh, okay, they've got a small player on Stoudemire. Watch what he does here. Get in there. You'll make a little room. Like, get in the post right there, and I'll get you the ball. There, now score.
And there's no camouflage around what he wants to do. He just says, get in there, and we all see it.
Well, see, you know, when Magic was playing for the Lakers, they would run, and then last 6-8 minutes, they had to get into a half-court game, and Magic was the master of that. Steve Nash, what he does well, they run, but then you get the ball in his hands last 6 or 7 minutes, and he'll make the right decisions. They were down 3 points. Nowitzki missed a jumper that made it 5, and Nash has come back and single-handedly been a part of all these points to give his team the lead again. That's what you have to do. You have to be able to execute in under pressure in the playoffs.
Such command for Nash.
You see Walter McCarty is Velcro to Finley.
Daniels for the tie. Daniels with the rebound. Knocked away by Marion's defense, picked up by Walter McCarty of the Phoenix Suns.
Pull up 3, nobody's got him.
Nash. And to the hands of Stoudemire, but then he chases it down. What great hustle by third-year player Amar'e Stoudemire.
Last time they did this, remember Quentin Richardson hit a 3.
The mismatch with Vince Nowitzki for Nash. Hand into Marion. And Dirk Nowitzki grabs rebound number 12 with his 19 points.
We're going to need Jason Terry here. He's got to get himself involved.
Finley is at 5 threes. They'll position for 2 for the top.
Dallas has got really stagnant with their offense. A lot of one-on-one dribbling now.
Jimmy Jackson curls in on Terry. And out of bounds and off the Dallas Mavericks with 5:33 to play. A timeout is taken. And the screws tighten even further.
And all they have to do is win 2 out of the last 5 games. That's what this game means here right now.
19 lead changes, 6 ties in this game. Leading scorer in the contest with 29 is Michael Finley, who has drained 5 threes for the Dallas Mavericks. Joe Johnson is out. And a cut over his eye late in the first half. Been at the hospital. More on that to come and inside. Here is Nash. That's deflected. And it goes out of bounds. Phoenix with Stoudemire and McCarty, Nash and Richardson and Marion.
Well, that'd be even more impressive for Phoenix to win this game without Joe Johnson in the second half. Remember, he had a brilliant game 1 where he had 25 points.
Yes.
And as the backup point guard to Steve Nash. So, you know, that Nash now has to play all these minutes because there's no Joe Johnson to handle the ball.
Nash. Daniels follows Nash down the lane. Rebound to the hands of Nowitzki. Pickpocketed by Nash. A fresh shot clock and a wide open 3. There's a Marion miss. The hustle by Terry goes against Marion, who's got 5 blocks tonight, and Sean Marion picks up the foul. The Mavericks have not scored from the field, Dog, in the last 4 minutes and 10 seconds, missing their last 5 shots from the floor.
Well, I thought they got very stagnant. They started throwing the ball, doing a lot of dribbling, throwing to Dirk, standing around, and that's what Phoenix wants them to do. They're much better with movement in their offense.
This is Jason Terry, first trip to the line tonight. Somewhat of a surprise. The TNT schedule on Sunday night. Exclusive doubleheader action of Game 4. Spurs and Sonics. Doug and I will be in Dallas for the Suns and Mavs. Coverage beginning at 6:30 Eastern Time with the TNT NBA tip-off presented by Nokia.
You know, Kevin, we're very lucky here at TNT. We got the best first-round matchup in Dallas and Houston. We got the best second-round matchup. You and I, the best seats for the second round, Phoenix and Dallas.
Nash got it to drop, and Steve Nash, 21 points and 10 assists. Jason Terry, who just put in his first points of the half and gets more right there.
Well, we talked about he's going to have a strong finish, but he's going to have to do it on both ends of the floor here now. Nash is going to come right back at him. Marquise Daniels actually on Nash trying to use a bigger body.
Screen by Stoudemire. They double Nash.
Now, Steve, you make that one. That is a tough, tough shot.
And we go the other way, and Dallas will inbound.
Kevin, right now matchups. Keep our eye on matchups. Dallas has gone back to the big lineup again. Dampier's in the game against Stoudemire and Nowitzki, so they've gone from the small lineup back to the big lineup.
They got Terry, Daniels, and Finley in there as the small guys. Oh, Nowitzki had almost torn away, and he did by Stoudemire. What great hustle, but then he stepped out of bounds.
Dirk has been a little careless the last few minutes. He let Marion take a rebound away from him. Stoudemire just knocks that ball loose. You know, you heard Kenny Smith say it at halftime. He was very critical of Eric Dampier before the game. That puts a lot on your shoulders. The game is tied. You're the best player. Now you must come through for your team. Rebounding, defending, making shots, whatever it takes.
Jimmy Jackson has just come in for Walter McCarty for the Phoenix Suns. Shot clock at 2. Finley's got a foul. Over Marion. Good! What a shot by Michael Finley. He's put in a game-high 31 points. Nash. Oh, and he's open. Daniels got caught up in the defensive switch, but he misses, and Terry gets it for the Mavericks. Holding on to a 2-point lead. Daniels tries to make it 4. Dampier taps it up and in. And Dampier with 15 points and 12 rebounds. Dampier collecting his 7th offensive rebound tonight. And the 15 by Dampier, a playoff career high. Stoudemire into Dampier. Counted for 2 and a foul.
No touch foul. fouls. You got to take fouls at the basket and not let guys finish. This is what Avery Johnson talked to us before the game with Dampier. You're a big guy. You got to go in and you got to make him make 2 free throws. That screen roll, Avery Johnson's going to have to decide what they're going to do here in the last 3:23 because Stoudemire is going to be setting the screen. And with Dampier in the game, they were in a situation where he couldn't get out and cover. And you can see now Dampier's out of the game.
And Stackhouse has taken his place.
So he's going back to that small lineup again.
Picked up by Finley, and Dallas will nurse a 2-point lead the other way and approaching 3 to play in regulation. Terry slashing inside in his 4th quarter has changed the course. He's got 12, and 6 have come in the 4th.
Well, he's got his wake-up call at the right time for Dallas.
They double Nash. Jackson is picked up by Terry.
It's a big possession here for Dallas. Try to get a stop.
Stoudemire had it knocked away by Daniels. 3-on-2. Terry to Daniels. And that's a goaltend on Amari Stoudemire. Counted for 2. Daniels has put in 9 points in 27 minutes. And 6 of the 9 by Marquise Daniels in this 4th quarter. The Houston Rockets, they're familiar with this territory.
They feel very confident. Let's see if they can get the defensive stops necessary.
Nash by Nowitzki into Stoudemire. Amari Stoudemire has been rugged again with 28 points and 14 rebounds. Michael Finley's got a game-high 31 for the Dallas Mavericks.
Dallas is going to have to keep scoring. You know, this is not going to be a defensive struggle at the finish, but you know Phoenix is going to score. Dallas has got to find a way to keep putting points on the board.
Nowitzki in this quarter 0 of 1. Daniels over Stoudemire. Rebound by Shawn Marion, fouled by Marquise Daniels of Dallas.
You take a tough shot. You can't compound it by then going and fouling. Now what you do is you stop the clock. Phoenix can come down and get to the free throw line. Del Harris stood up and he looked at Nowitzki. Dirk had the shot and he passed it to Marquise Daniels. 5 seconds on the shot clock. That's the shot Nowitzki has to take.
And he's only taken 1 shot in the quarter and he missed that.
You know, he's got to be the guy that comes to the forefront. He and Michael Finley and Terry are the guys who have it going for Dallas right now. Those are the guys who are going to have to be the offensive weapons. But Marquise Daniels cannot run in there and commit that foul. Those are careless plays on the road that you cannot commit in a playoff game.
Upcoming is the 34th free throw attempt by Phoenix. 22 attempts at the line by Dallas tonight.
That 6-point lead down to 2 in a blink of an eye.
Michael Finley. Dirk Nowitzki.
Got to get movement here, not just standing. He's playing against one of the better defenders in the NBA.
Nowitzki with the spin and a foul on Shawn Marion. And that is number 5 on Marion. Richardson playing with 5 for the Phoenix Suns. And for Dallas, 5 on Howard and 5 on Dampier.
Well, it's interesting. Dirk Nowitzki has 19. Michael Finley has 31. And in their careers, when these guys both get 20 in the same game, look at the record. This year, they have not been beaten. They're 1-0 in the playoffs, 31-5 over 2 years previous. That was his 20th point. Finley has 31. Will that be the recipe for success for them to find a way to steal the home court?
Dirk is 5 of 8 from the line. The Phoenix Suns, Doug, are plus 10 in free throws made tonight as a team.
But remember, Dallas took only 12 in the first game. Tonight, they have attempted 24. They've doubled it.
Which is what you said they had to do to be close. And the game is in the numbers that you wanted to see for Dallas. Inside Stoudemire, missing the alley-oop from Nash. A big rebound by Finley. And Dallas is -3 in rebounding tonight.
Well, we'll have to remember that play. Will this be a 4-point swing? A dunk that would have made it 2. Can the Mavericks push it to 6?
No fouls to give. Penalty both ways, rest of the court. Nowitzki. Double. And the defense of Marion was there. Steve Nash. Amari Stoudemire. The tip. And loose inside. Vacuumed in by Nowitzki. And approaching a minute to play in regulation.
Now, 3 point-blank shots there by Stoudemire. Normally, he makes those shots. He had a tip dunk and 2 shots right around the basket. See Steve Nash going over to him, continuing to encourage him. There's still a lot of time left in this game, 3 or 4 possessions. The guy who's been playing well the last few minutes is Jason Terry. Let's see if they try to get the ball in his hands.
It's Stackhouse with a good spin move. Jackson fell astray, and it's a charge and wipe it away. It's on Stackhouse, picking up number 3.
Well, let's watch Jerry Stackhouse. He spins to come back. Watch now. And you can see that left arm, the moment it gets away from your body, in the NBA, that's an automatic foul.
Less than a minute to play, and again, no fouls to give. What a pass by Nash into Stoudemire.
Where is the weak side defense? Avery Johnson saying the weak side has got to give some help. That was way too easy if you're the Dallas Mavericks. Still say Jason Terry's got to look for his shot here.
Into Marion. And throws it away. A crucial turnover for Jason Terry.
I think he saw the referee and thought he was one of his players, because that's exactly who he threw it to.
And now Phoenix has a chance to tie or take the lead. Nash against Nowitzki for the tie. Nash.
You want to know why he's the MVP? Last 2 plays of the game, he gets Stoudemire a dunk. He busts a jumper to tie the...
Michael Finley and Josh Howard on the floor. And the Phoenix Suns have Richardson, Nash, Marion, Jackson, and Amari Stoudemire.
Well, if Phoenix can get a stop here, get a timeout, they're going to have plenty of time to be able to get a score. So they need a stop and a rebound. For Dallas, if you could get something going to the basket and get a foul, that's what you're looking for. Quentin Richardson must stay attached to Michael Finley, cannot help. I think you might see Jason Terry involved with a pick and roll with Nowitzki.
Difference of 2 seconds, game clock and shot clock. Terry, Nash on him. Richardson is on Nowitzki.
Doesn't want to settle for the jumper here. He's got to make something happen.
Nowitzki for the lead. And the Dallas Mavericks by 2. His first field goal since 3:11 left in the 3rd quarter. Dirk Nowitzki, the 20, Doug, and that could be important for the Phoenix Suns.
Absolutely, because if you can't get it in, you've got the 20, so you don't have to panic. Now, if you're Dallas, you know you're going to see a screen roll with Nash and somebody. So you have to communicate, what are you going to do? Are you going to switch it? If you do, your big guy, if he's guarding Nash, you better make sure you chase him off the 3-point line. A 3 beats you, a 2 ties you. So you don't want to give up a 3-point shot in this situation. They're going to have to communicate with one another. But the ball is going to be in Nash's hands, and my guess is there'll be a screen roll somewhere on the floor with he and Stoudemire.
Howard and Daniels out there defensively for Dallas with Nowitzki, Stackhouse, and Finley. The Suns with Stoudemire, Sean Marion, Nash, Richardson, and Jimmy Jackson, and 6 and 8/10 seconds to play in regulation.
Home court resting in the balance.
Jackson will inbound, and Finley will defend the inbound pass. Nash. Richardson. And this to go up 2-0 in the series. And Dallas has tied the series at 1-1 apiece. Winning in Phoenix tonight in a shocker 108.
Minutes in, game 3, series even at 1. Of course, Phoenix won game 1 by 25. Dallas winning game 2 at America West by 2. Big story this far early. They established Eric Dampier early with a couple of hoops, but Dampier is out. He just picked up his 2nd personal foul. Top scorers, Amari Stoudemire 6. Dampier on the bench with 4. Josh Howard makes the jumper. Dallas is back on top, 12-11. What have you seen so far, Tommy, in the first 4.5?
Well, I've seen a lot of the start. Amari Stoudemire made a couple buckets inside as usual. Getting to the free throw line there. And just basically what you'd expect out of Dallas and Phoenix. Getting up and down, you see the lineups: Richardson, Marion, Stoudemire, Nash, and Jackson for Phoenix. Nowitzki, Howard, Henderson, Terry, and Finley.
That's our Bud Light on the floor. Allen Henderson in because of the 2 fouls to Dampier, and Jim Jackson starts for Joe Johnson. The displaced fracture of the orbital bone over his left eye. That nasty fall after the foul in the final 19 seconds of the second quarter of Game 2. Surgery Thursday. Mark Jones will update us on the status of Joe Johnson for the rest of the playoffs and this series momentarily.
I think a couple keys for Phoenix. Steve Nash staying out of foul trouble, and Leandro Barbosa. When he comes in the game, I'm sure Coach D'Antoni is concerned not with his offense, because he can score, but just defensive assignments, not missing defensive assignments and giving easy buckets.
Nowitzki and Terry play the two-man game. Here is Dirk with the game winner in Game 2, finding Terry. Jason Terry, who was outstanding in the Houston series, hasn't really gotten his offense going yet in this series, but had a good fourth quarter as Dallas came back against Phoenix to even the series. Now a best of 5. 3 of the 5 we played here in Dallas. And Allen Henderson, the former Indiana Hoosier, gets the rebound. Finley, who had 31, including 20 in the second half of Game 2. Nowitzki has Richardson taking him in and draws the foul on Quinton. Let's join Mark Jones.
Well, guys, Joe Johnson of the Phoenix Suns underwent surgery a couple days ago. He went home from the hospital today to get under the care of his mother at his home there in Phoenix. Now, doctors inserted a titanium plate, and Brian Colangelo, the general manager of the Suns, told me that early next week they're hoping to get a mask together, put a mask together in preparation as a precautionary measure for when he comes back to start playing again. Johnson told Colangelo, you know they can't keep me out for long, Brian. And guys, Jimmy Jackson in his place tonight starting. Nash called Jackson the team's MVP during their last series against Memphis, Mike.
Yeah, especially his last 2 games, he was terrific, Mark. He just missed his first field goal attempt of the night. Jason Terry's hoop has made it a 3-point Dallas lead. A lot of dirt on the box early on.
Well, certainly has an advantage against anybody in the Suns lineup down on that block. And he's doing that more this series than he did last series, or for that matter, the entire year.
Now, Dirk told me this morning, bronchitis really slowed him down. He didn't make an excuse, but he was fighting a really nasty cold and virus in addition to the good defense from McGrady et al. In that series. Jackson on the board with his first field goal. Amari Stoudemire has 8 of the Phoenix 15. The Mavs have opened a scorching 9 of 15 here at home. Michael Finley against Jim Jackson. Now a Mav and a son. They used to play for the other teams. Draws the foul. We'll get some free throws. Well, the coach of the year in the NBA, Mike D'Antoni. Hey, he's the coach of the year. Let's get it right. It's D'Antoni. Not D'Antoni. It's Mike D'Antoni. Of course, a terrific player and coach in his days over in the Italian League. Had Denver back in '99, the lockout shortened season, 14-36, and Dan Issel came down. I was given the ability to be the president, general manager, and head coach. Mike didn't hook on, so as recent as 4 or 5 years ago, he was trying to find a place in the league for his skills, his coaching ability. Didn't have it, went back to Italy, didn't feel like it was fulfilling enough because he had been there and done it. Ended up hooking on his Phoenix staff, and then back in December of '03 when Frank Johnson was replaced, D'Antoni moved over 1 chair to the head coach, and this year let him run to 62 wins, tying a franchise record.
Well, I asked him when he got off to that 31-4 start, what did he think about it? He said, just don't screw it up.
He is very selfless, but very integral to the success. Nowitzki showed the 3, teed up Finley for 1. Michael Finley's hit a couple. If you hear a noise when the balls hit the rim, the microphones placed on the basket are cranked up tonight. Every shot, I'm hearing this clank here in the building over the PA system, as you heard the sweet music of the swish there, to get Phoenix back to within 2.
Well, you don't hear too many clanks in this series.
No.
It's mostly... you notice that last time down the court, they do that better than any team in the league, Phoenix, throw-aheads. That's something you have to guard against, the throw-aheads on the fast break.
Sean Marion doing the job on Nowitzki defensively, but Henderson inside cleans up. Allen Henderson, who has only 1 bucket thus far in this series, makes it 2.
couldn't find Marion. Terry on the run. Jim Jackson back.
Both these teams have done a pretty good job taking care of the ball. And with how explosive both offenses are, a premium on taking care of the ball. You don't want to make it any easier than it has to be.
Marion rattles home a 3. Boy, he's heaping great in the playoffs. Yeah. 2.5 points over his average and a rebound and a half ahead of his regular season average.
Double-double every game. I mean, he has been unbelievable. Although based on the looks of the shot, he'd be the last guy picked on the playground.
Henderson with the pick and roll with Terry. Couldn't squeeze it. Stoudemire takes it away. Henderson draws the foul called by Eddie F. Rush. And not agreed by the Phoenix side.
I think that was a bogus call, to be honest with you. He didn't even call it until he fell down. I think he may agree with me.
That's what he's saying. He's saying trying to get Eddie's attention so he can say no, but Eddie's not going to make eye contact.
He didn't call it until he fell down. It's like he hit him, and then all of a sudden he fell down, and he didn't extend his elbows out. He was just, protecting his space. Let's see if he extends the elbows to hit him in the face. He has the ball. I'm still not buying that one.
Still, it is a foul. It's on Stoudemire, and it's important for Phoenix to stay out of foul trouble. Please, here's tonight. This Tom didn't agree.
Match in the league, that's a pick and roll between Steve Nash and Amari Stoudemire. That's always a mismatch, but I'm not surprised. This could be a series, Mike, where you have 3 road wins in the series. Both of these teams were excellent on the road. 31-10 for the Phoenix Suns on the road, and I think the Mavericks had the exact same record at home that they did on the road.
Yeah, exactly, 29-12 as they work to 58 wins. These are 2 teams that combined to win 120 games this year. Very high-level second-round series. 10 to shoot for Nowitzki, watched by Stoudemire this time. Nice contact drawn by Dirk, but he cannot get the shot to go. Stackhouse off the bench gets the board. Over his buddy Nash. Nowitzki misses again. Dirk is 2 of 7 out of the gate here tonight.
And so far, Dallas doing a nice job on the offensive glass, 5-0 over Phoenix.
Sean Marion has 1, misses the second 3. Stackhouse the rebound. Leandro Barbosa has come in for Phoenix, number 10. The third-year man out of Brazil, very important to this team now. Stackhouse missed his first shot. Foul. Barbosa will pick it up, his first. And you want to get all the playoff gear that you need, you can do it by logging on. NBAstore.com, Suns and Mavs playoff gear. You can suit your little one or the big one in the family. Suit them up for the rest of the postseason run. NBAstore.com.
The offensive rebounds in a series like this become huge because you just get more opportunities to score. A lot of times in a series like this, just whoever has the most field goal attempts is going to win a basketball game. They already have 6 offensive rebounds to none for Phoenix, and they've done a good job converting them into 6 points.
5-point Dallas lead. Quentin Richardson joins Leandro Barbosa, Steve Nash, Amari Stoudemire, who takes that shot, makes it. That's the first outside shot he's hit in the last game and a quarter, and give Amari 10 to lead all scorers right now.
And he has that shot. He's not ultra consistent with it, but he has that 15 to 17-foot jump shot, and he's just going to get better with that shot. When that shot's down, I don't know if it'll ever be good as Karl Malone's was at the end of his career, but if it is, you can forget about it with this guy for about 10 years.
Off the ball, we have a foul. It's Barbosa's second, and again, foul trouble a concern for Phoenix because they are not deep without Joe Johnson. And that will put the Mavs at the free throw line. Dallas, a very good shooting team, 4th in the regular season at 79%. One of the nice things about this series, there's so many storylines for 2 teams that have never met in the playoffs. Finley is one, drafted by Phoenix back in '95. Of course, you have Steve Nash, who played with Nowitzki in Dallas for so many years with so much success. We talked about the importance of Jim Jackson in this game tonight, obviously with Jamal Mashburn and Jason Kidd. The 3 J's here in Dallas looked like that was going to be something to build on for a while. The former Mav Nash, who got a great hand from the crowd, missed the 3, and back comes Stackhouse the other way. Good job by Barbosa defending the pick and roll. Marion on the run. Daniels came back and knocked it away. Phoenix ball with plenty of time to shoot.
You see the speed of the Phoenix Suns getting out. I mean, as soon as they go, they usually have 3 guys minimum running with them. That was a nice job by Howard knocking the ball away and retreating on defense. But I think last time, I would go under on these pick and rolls and make Steve Nash a score. Make him shoot 20 times. He can do it. Last game, 23 points, 13 rebounds, or 13 assists, excuse me. The guy's got a great left. He's got an unbelievable left. But I think if you make him shoot the ball, you take away from everybody else getting into rhythm, feeling good, and he would rather pass than shoot. And you'd always like to make a player do something they'd rather not do.
In game 2, he took 22 shots. Second time this year, he had over 20 field goal attempts. 3-point game, minute 10 left here in the quarter. The double on Stackhouse. Daniels with a shot clock running down. Didn't hit the rim. 4-on-2 Phoenix with Barbosa and Nash. The feed to Marion. Give Nash 5 assists to go with his 4 points in the early going.
They don't see too many 4-on-2s. Usually on offense, you won't run that many guys, but there's not one guy on the court right now for the Phoenix Suns that won't get in or won't get up and fill a wing on the fast break.
Look at this. This is beauty in basketball. Henderson tried to throw it down on Stoudemire, is denied. Phoenix can take the lead. Barbosa draws the foul on Josh Howard. And you know what, Tom? Barbosa being involved here early with a couple of fouls, couple of rebounds, good defense, that turnover there. That's important because he's going to be confident in the flow early on. And Mike D'Antoni told me this morning, early Leandro confidence can be important.
Oh, there's no question. When you're a young player, you want to come in early and do something positive, have some sort of success, and he's had that success. Like I'll go back to what I said earlier, with him, it's defensively. Does he know his assignments? And look right here, I mean, this whole team is just go, go, go. Nice job of forcing the issue and drawing the foul from Josh Howard, getting himself to the free throw line. But with him, it's more, is he going to be able to defensively in the second half if he needs him? Not miss assignments, not let guys get wide open shots. That'll be something to look for as the game goes on.
Barbosa, age 22 from Brazil. He was introduced to basketball by his brother Arturo, who represents Brazil. He's a member of their Special Forces unit. Soccer was his game, as so many. Grew up in the very populated city of Sao Paulo. Now in his second year in the NBA, a late first-round pick by San Antonio. Traded to Phoenix on the night of the draft a couple of years ago.
See a lot of switching on pick and rolls. Everybody feels like they can match up with anybody.
Dirk gets to the cup. Third field goal in 8 tries.
And Dallas has just passed Detroit's output for the first half.
Barbosa off the rim, missed it. Quick shot with the clock running down. Leads to a 2-on-1. Down by Daniel. Still time to get one more for Phoenix. Nash had it knocked away. No shot. End of the quarter. So a nice closeout.
It's something I think he can do and should do. Tonight only 1 rebound, and the Mavericks are taking advantage with 6 offensive rebounds. That's just something they have to take care of. One little zone here and see if Dallas can figure it out. Maybe try to hit one of the creases.
Without Stoudemire and Stephen Hunter's the big on the floor in the middle. Terry, Dallas has not made a 3 here tonight. The rebound comes right to Michael Finley. It's Finley, Terry, Daniels screaming for the ball, Stackhouse and Nowitzki. And here is Stack. Again, he is off the mark.
2 times now against the zone. Just pass it around the perimeter and shoot a shot. You want to attack the creases of the zone, collapse the zone, and then kick out for jump shots.
Nash tried to feed it in. Nowitzki knocked it away. Jim Clark says it was a kick. Dirk disagrees. We have a veteran officiating crew. Eddie F. Rush. Jim Clark in his 17th year has worked over 70 playoff games. And Sean Corbin, 12th year in the league. And he's worked most of the nights that officials have worked here in the playoffs this year. A post-up for Hunter. The 4th-year man out of DePaul kicked it out to Barbosa. Nice pitch to Marion. And he can't convert. And here's Finley. Interesting to watch Nash and Barbosa play together. Essentially, the 2 point guards, with one sliding over to the 2 in Barbosa.
Yeah, although I'm not really sure they figured out what Leandro Barbosa is. An off guard or a point guard. Maybe he's just a guard. Maybe he's a third guard on your team that comes off the bench. You can sub in for 1 or 2.
6 equals the largest lead of the night for Dallas. Nash shoots over Finley. Steve's off the mark. Jason Terry's been very active. pushing the ball. Pick to Finley. Hasn't had an open shot go from 3. Misses that. So Daniels soars over Jim Jackson to ingest the rebound.
He's sneaky long.
8 offensive rebounds. Leads to a bang in the bucket for Daniels. There you go. Offensive boards for Avery's team.
Absolutely getting destroyed on the offensive glass. Nice job right here, shielding himself with the rim, using his body. Hey, watch right here, staying between Hunter. Now use the rim. Use the rim to shield himself, gets the bucket and goes. I mean, Marquise Daniels is the guy that when Nelly was here, played a lot more, had more, I guess, offensive chances, had some big games. I mean, this is a guy that can get you 20, 25 points. I mean, he's that talented offensively. Hasn't really had the chance as much under Avery Johnson, but he does it kind of slow. You know, he doesn't do anything super quick, but you look up at the scoreboard and all of a sudden you see him have 10, 15 points.
8-point lead, largest for Dallas. Nash sits, Stoudemire comes back in. Marion feeds him, pass to Barbosa was late. Richardson catches and is off on a 3. Stoudemire got the offensive board, and hold on underneath the big fella.
Get out of the way. He was right under the bucket. No time to gather. Straight up, punch.
Daniels. Does it help the home team to hear loudly when they clang it off the rim?
I really don't know if they're paying attention to that.
Barbosa. Stoudemire.
Look
outside! Oh! Man alive.
This guy has about 8 posters a night. It's absolutely incredible.
Nowitzki in response. Got fouled on the way in. Michael Finley's trying to make sure that that's called on Stoudemire, and let's see. A technical foul was called by Eddie F. Rush on Stoudemire. I don't know if it was for taunting as he was standing over Nowitzki but falling down, and Eddie F. is running a tight ship tonight. I'm not going to listen. That's it. So the personal and the technical on Stoudemire. He has 2 fouls. And Nowitzki, 12th best shooter in the league, makes the free throw.
Well, Nowitzki just got shoved in the back right here. Goes up, kind of bounces off Amari Stoudemire. I'm not sure, was that what he got the tech for?
I thought it was for standing over him afterwards, but it didn't look like he was standing over him. It looked like he just turned around. Michael Finley came right in and tried to call attention to, I guess, what was the bump, and now Eddie F. is talking about it with Amari Stoudemire. Of course, we had what was called a flagrant 1 when Joe Johnson was hurt, as Jerry Stackhouse went up for the block in Game 2 of this series. The league office, as they do with every flagrant foul, reviewed it and rescinded the flagrant foul. It was just ruled as a regular personal foul on Stackhouse. So the fine and the points that accumulate separately from the regular season for postseason flagrant fouls, not added to Stackhouse's total.
Yeah, but unfortunately, you can't rescind the free throws that they make.
That's right.
Because of the flagrant foul. I just think sometimes they get too caught up.
Stoudemire was fouled as he went up for that offensive rebound.
In the flagrant foul situations, too caught up in the result, not the action. Well, they must be calling a good game because everybody's angry.
That's right. Well, Dampier, who came in for a couple of minutes with 2, right away picks up 3. And again, he cannot be effective if he's in foul trouble. And that's what he's been almost every game here in this series. In the playoffs, for that matter, really.
Well, you get yourself into foul trouble by reacting late, letting somebody get offensive rebounds or good position, then you have to climb their back, and you put yourself in a position to pick up those sort of fouls. I mean, a lot of times it's not a result of what you do to get the foul, it's what you do to position yourself before the foul to keep yourself out of foul trouble.
Speaking to what Mike D'Antoni said before, there's the progression of points. Stoudemire was 5th in the league in points scored this season. He's at 27 a game in the postseason. That's nearly half, 16 of the Phoenix 33. So big story for Dallas. 3 fouls on their starting center, Dampier, who plays only 5 minutes and gives them 4 points in the first half. This goes back like the rest of the playoffs. Dampier in foul trouble.
Tough shot.
By Finley, who missed. Michael is 2 of 6. Nowitzki 3 of 8. Yet the Mavs are still shooting 45%. Sean Marion has 1 3. Give him another one.
Well, aside from the fact that they run like demons and get out and can all shoot, they're probably the best draw and pitch team in the league. They can all put the ball on the ground. They can all make the defense collapse, and then they kick over to the weak side like they just did for a wide-open jump shot. I mean, there's really not a lot you can do to keep them from getting open shots on the perimeter.
Nowitzki reposts on Marion, 3 to shoot. The double comes. He goes the other way. Stoudemire. That is not called goaltending. Wow. 1 to shoot. And we'll have a timeout here.
Really?
Dirk is asking Jim Clark, how is that not goaltending? Time PGA Tour record that came to an end here in town today. Amar'e Stoudemire continuing to put up the dominating numbers, 16 of the Phoenix 36, Tom.
You know what's great about watching this game, and you know he's got 3 offensive rebounds since he came back off the bench, doing a nice job. Nash taking a little nap over there. What's fun about watching this game is that gonna...
There was 1 to shoot on the inbounds. Nowitzki got rid of it.
I was like, is that gonna go? In this series, you never know. You expect stuff like that to go. But we have 74 total points in the game and only 5 turnovers. And it's just so fun to watch this game because they go up and down. It's not a sloppy game. And the reason they don't turn the ball over much is they don't want the defense set up. They get into their offense so quickly they can all handle the ball, and the defense doesn't have time to set up. You get off the shot before they do, and you don't turn it over.
Stoudemire with the move, and he's going to come to the free throw line where he's already had 6 attempts thus far. Mark Jones.
Yeah, guys, Amar'e Stoudemire, we talked about his improvement in his perimeter jump shooting. Well, assistant coach Phil Weber has worked with him, and one day he actually showed Stoudemire a picture of himself taking a jump shot in the newspaper. He said, look, Amar'e, look at your release point. It's perfect. You've got to keep it there all the time instead of having it all over the place. That's why you miss sometimes. He said, how else are these media guys going to take your picture? Guys, the moral of the story is he appealed to Stoudemire's ego. It stuck. And he's been making jumpers ever since. What a story. Back to you.
Whatever works these days, right? Phil Weber was a walk-on, rather a redshirt, I should say, on the Jim Valvano NC State team that won the championship in Albuquerque in 1983. Good coach along with Mark Ivoroni, Alvin Gentry on Mike D'Antoni's staff. Nowitzki trying to get his offense going, looking for the foul. Not called on Stoudemire. Back comes Barbosa with the finish.
You can't stop a look. You have to get back. Whether you think you've been fouled, it doesn't matter. You have to hustle back on defense and see if you can help out.
Henderson rolls, but had nothing going. Richardson was there defensively. 12 to shoot for the Mavs, who've gone a little quiet here. Howard lost it on the way up because of the foul. And they'll get 2 free throws. You talk about the quickness of Phoenix.
No, I mean, they all go. See right here, they're gone. Your power forward running the show off to your point guard. You don't see that very often. I mean, they all can take the ball, maybe aside from Amar'e Stoudemire, who can handle it better than most centers in the league, although he's power forward playing center. But you got 4 guys on the court that when they get rebounds, they can lead their own fast break.
One more coming for Howard. Let me set the lineup for the weekend for you on ABC tomorrow night. Heat and Wizards, 8 Eastern, our coverage begins. Then Detroit, Indiana, the champs down 2-1. That's Sunday, 3:30 on ABC. TNT, Sunday night, San Antonio, Seattle. That's a 4 o'clock start out in the Northwest. And then game 4 of this series will be 8:30 Central here in Dallas, 9:30 Eastern time. We'll be in the studio for the ABC doubleheader Saturday and Sunday. We'll be joined by Grant Hill. Bill Walton, Snapper Jones, and myself look forward to Grant's insight on these playoff series as we've had a strange turn in the East. Stoudemire is going to come to the line again, fouled by Sean Bradley in Sean's first 8 seconds on the floor. Bradley, who did not play in game 2 and played in just the stat sheet stuff in time at the end of the 4th quarter of game 1.
If you're going to stop Amar'e Stoudemire on the pick and roll, you have to get to him early. Once he gets a couple steps of momentum and he catches that ball, you really have no choice but to foul him or get dunked on.
Would change that foul call. Gave it to Nowitzki, not Bradley. Both bumped. First contact by Dirk. His first. And Stoudemire's missed his first free throws the last 2 times. Wonder if Phil thought of that little move at the free throw line when he missed that free throw. both. 7 of 10 from the stripe. Free throw attempts are even tonight. Lopsided Phoenix's way in game 1. Terry looking more for his offense here tonight. Has 8. Nowitzki has 9. They top Dallas in the score column. Mavericks by 3.
Now Dallas making a concerted effort to try and get into the paint. The last 3 times down. Only scored once, but it shows dividends by getting to a free throw line.
Mavericks will take over on the turnover. They were trying to involve Sean Bradley in the pick and roll there. See if Nowitzki can get going. He's been very aggressive looking for a shot. 3 of 11, though, from the field. Now he draws Walter McCarty as the defensive assignment.
Well, I've just been impressed with the way they... Oh, please. That's... Go ahead and fire that one up there. Avery might grab him right from behind and take him off.
Nowitzki right at McCarty. Oh. Bradley the rebound. Phoenix ball.
It's about 4 or 5 times in a row, though, they've got to the paint. They can get to the paint when they want to against Phoenix. I almost had Nelly flashbacks when Manu was shooting threes for us at Golden State.
Quentin Richardson.
Oh.
A man who made as many threes as anybody in the league and took more than anyone else. Gets the friendly bounce. Our game squared at 42.
The Sharman-type touch from outside. Soft. Once again, in the paint. And they're not making them, but if they continue to be aggressive, get to the paint, it's going to bode well for the Dallas Mavericks.
That's a Phoenix fast break. Even though Jackson didn't hit the 3, the battle for the rebound, it is off Nowitzki. Stoudemire and Nowitzki have a really good battle brewing here. We all get the feeling this one's going to go a while. 5, 6, or 7 games. It is fun to watch these 2 All-Stars going head-to-head here in the series. 3 of 12 from the field is Nowitzki. That's part of how we've gotten to 42 all. Tom Dallas is just 3 of 14 this quarter. A couple of layups, some shots in the paint. But if you're Avery Johnson, you still feel okay about where you are right now.
Absolutely. You're getting good looks at the bucket. You're missing some very makeable shots. Those are shots that if you keep getting them, the percentages bear out. You're going to start making those shots.
Mavericks are 0 of 6 shooting the 3. Nash trying to feed Stoudemire. Good hustle in the overplay by Howard. Goes all the way and got it to go. So Howard, much smaller on the switch, had Stoudemire, used his quickness to come up with the steal and hoop. But Amari the answer.
Well, that's what happens. You get a smaller guy on you, you can just throw it up to him. And he just jumps over. He jumps over big guys. But if a small guy takes him, he just throws it up. Steve Nash, a good job of recognition that time. Let me not throw it low this time. Let me get it up in the air.
Assist number 6 for Nash. Finley, nowhere close tonight. 2 of 8. Nowitzki on the chase down. Out of bounds, off McCarty. Dallas ball. Jonesy, what's going on?
Well, out of that last Dallas timeout, Avery Johnson imploring his troops to make the defense move a little bit more. In particular, Amari Stoudemire, they want to make him move. Says that, hey, Stoudemire's just staying right in the middle of the key, not playing defense. Want to make him play defense at his end of the floor, guys.
Tire him out, maybe draw some fouls. Amari has 1. Howard going one-on-one, trying to use his speed on Stoudemire. Trying to draw the contact. No foul. Nowitzki the follow. And a foul.
I know Josh Howard's upset, but Amari Stoudemire did a great job of moving his feet and staying in front of him. This is not a foul right there, but you have to get rebounds. They are getting destroyed on the offensive glass. He's getting more shots, getting second shots, and you can't allow that. And Amari Stoudemire, as well as he's played, he's got to have more than 1 defensive rebound. Sean Marion's done a great job with 6 on the defensive glass, but he's the only one.
With the offensive rebounds, Dallas is +8 in offensive rebounds and lead by 3, 4.5. Till we check in with the guys Times Square for the Toyota halftime show.
I want to put that in context. Oh, no. Be able to take that contact.
Look out here. Some words exchanged again. Amari's trying to be cool about it, but he must be very careful because he did pick up the technical earlier in this quarter.
Well, to put that in context, my 11 offensive rebounds, you're looking close to 30 for the game. And then Michael Finley just kind of in a bad way right there. And to be able to, well, he's like, well, you know what, wait a minute. I got called for a foul and I elbowed somebody earlier on. Because of the jaw? That's why.
The emergence of Stoudemire. 30 points, 15 rebound minimum the last 2 games. Youngest to do that in playoff history in back-to-back games. Passing Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Wilt Chamberlain, Bob McAdoo, and Dirk Nowitzki on that list of the youngest players to go at least 30 and 15 back-to-back playoff games. Stackhouse fighting for position on Richardson. Richardson thought he had all ball. He's called for the foul. That is 3 on Richardson, and the one thing this team cannot afford is foul trouble, and you have it right here. They're going to have to go down the bench and bring Walter McCarty in. You have to be careful with Sean Marion and Barbosa also having 2 fouls at this point. One more for Stackhouse.
You're going to see left hand just trying to reach in and slap that ball away. That's a good play. Well, I think the reason you get upset is you get the foul called from a bad angle. I mean, how is he supposed to know? The bodies are in the way, ball's there. That's one where sometimes you just assume when he reached in, I'm going to call a foul on him, because that was, if not all leather, 97.3.
And you know, if you've got 2 in the first half, you're being very conscious of not picking up that third, and you know your bench is short tonight.
Yep.
So that's why the demonstrative reaction from Richardson. 7 to shoot. McCarty tries a triple.
Wow.
Looks like the last game. Terry has Stackhouse on the run out. Lost the handle on the way up. And here comes Nash. Amari Stoudemire, Jim Jackson ahead. Amari backed it out of the paint.
That was a nice move, not forcing it.
And Marion short on the 3. Kept it alive. Great hustle. There's an offensive rebound hustle chance for Phoenix. And the lob for Marion. A foul on Terry. You can tell the angst building in a series because every call is bringing whines and complaints.
Fantastic.
See Richardson hanging his head with his 3 fouls. One more coming from Marion. Now and Henderson back in, give Nowitzki a break. Avery Johnson likes to monitor Dirk's minutes and keep them at 40 or less. And Nowitzki's been on the floor a lot here in this first half. 19 minutes thus far. Avery, who took over for Don Nelson back in mid-March, told me in the Houston series he was getting about 2 hours of sleep. It's just that you get the job of your life, the one you always dream about getting, and you just max out. You sell out for it. He's only getting a couple hours of sleep, and the folks around him, the staff, even the medical staff, you got to get more rest. It's a long series. Foul was called in the drive. They got McCarty on the elbow, and that'll be Walter for the first time here tonight. And the bonus both ways with 3:14. Avery said now he's getting 4 or 5 hours of sleep, and that's all he needs this time. Coaches don't get a lot of sleep this time of year. Sleep by 1, up by 6, watching the last game over and over. Was that 1 or 2 possessions that you play the screening role different? And that could be the difference in winning a game and winning the series.
Well, when you look back at him in his playing career when he was winning championship with San Antonio, everybody always knew he'd be a coach. I didn't know he'd be a coach this soon. I know he gives a lot of the credit, rightfully so, to the former coach of the Mavericks, Don Nelson, for bringing him along. Not a lot of coaches would have let your assistant coach a couple of games while you were the head coach. And then he was the guy that takes over. I mean, he's done a fantastic job. Left hand again. This guy passes left, can shoot left. I mean, both right and left hand, he can just get it done with flat out.
Steve Nash has 6 and 6 assists. Stoudemire has 21 to lead Phoenix. Nowitzki on the bench leads Dallas with 12. And there's Howard inside, getting to double digits. He's second leading scorer for the Mavs with 10. With a push by Phoenix, so quick. It only took 6 seconds off the clock to get a layup after a couple of dribbles for Jim Jackson. And Dallas tries to give them some of their own medicine. And Howard comes to the free throw line. Although Phoenix is the team that has run better this year.
Numbers that he had in game 2, he had got himself off to a nice start. But once again, you find yourself in foul trouble and only able to play 5 minutes in the first half. But heck, 5 minutes, he gave him 4 points and 2 rebounds. I think they're happy with his effort while he was out there.
Josh Howard at the line, averaged 12.5 during the season. 13 here in the playoffs, has a dozen tonight. Not bad for the second-to-last guy taken in the first round of the 2003 draft. What a good draft pick he was. Nash goes all the way. Left hand, used the rim. Pretty reverse for Steve. The MVP has 8 with 6 assists.
You know, is it a coincidence that when you look at some of the teams that are left and some of the favorites maybe in the playoffs this year, they've been able to find gems in the second round and the late first round?
Stackhouse fouled by Jim Jackson, his second. Jackson, Marion, Barbosa, McCarty all have 2 fouls. Richardson, 3 fouls. So some trouble for Phoenix. Tom will have Heat Wizards tomorrow night, primetime on ABC at 8 Eastern. Heat looking to close out that series, and then now a very pivotal game 4 at Conseco at 3:30 Eastern. Our coverage will begin at 3 Eastern with the pregame. Indiana up 2-1 on the defending champions from Detroit.
Well, let's remember last year when the Pistons won a championship, they're down 3-2 to New Jersey. Had to go to New Jersey to win Game 6, then come home and win Game 7. So I don't think they're going to be phased by being down 2-1 and having to play Conseco. But I was just looking out on the court here, and I was thinking Josh Howard into the first round, Marquise Daniels undrafted. You go over to San Antonio, Tony Parker into the first round. Monta Ginobili was the guy who was drafted in the second round. I mean, a lot of this, you certainly have to make good decisions in the first part of the draft. If you don't clutch, then you're going to be in trouble. But a lot of these teams, when you're smart, evaluate talent, pick up some key guys in the late first, early second, that could really move your team from a good team to a team that has championship aspirations.
Amar'e Stoudemire has 23 points in the quarter. Stackhouse blocked by Stoudemire. Back to Aaron Henderson. Who got that one again? And it's a jump ball. What a sequence from Stoudemire again. Look at Steve Nash urging this third-year rising star on. What a sequence.
Block, pump fake, no, go up, gotcha. A dunk and 2 blocks in the span of about 20 seconds. Now I think if I'm Alan Henderson next time, I jump back into him. I'm not going to go straight up with the ball. I'm going to try to draw a foul, because I know if I go straight up and expose the ball, he's going to be able to get to it.
Amar'e has 4 of those 5 Phoenix blocks.
Oh, they got him.
He
Look
discards
out.
Daniels, and hold on. One more rim attack. He has 25 points in the first half. I mean, he has destroyed Dallas this season. 5 games, he's over 30 in each game.
At some point, do you double? At some point, do you make a passer out of him? And I guess if he gets the ball that low, there's not a whole lot you can do.
Is that foul going to be on Marion? It would be his 3rd. Let's see. Sure is. 3 on Sean Marion. That's huge, folks.
Well, he gets around the rim. It's forget about it. There's no reason to even jump. No reason to even put yourself in a position to draw a foul unless at the end of the game you want to put him on the free throw line. But you look at the 8 of 10, 25 points on 10 field goal attempts. Now, certainly some of those field goal attempts have resulted in free throws, which he's made 9 for 12. But it's just incredible when he gets low post position. And I don't even really want to call it low post position, because it's not like he's posting anybody up. He just runs down there, turns around, and gets the ball 6 or 7 feet from the bucket, and either dunks it, little jump hook, or he comes flying in on the pick and roll.
Nowitzki back in for the back end of this quarter. He's had a long time on the bench. And to the bench with 3 fouls, Marion. So again, Marion and Richardson, 3 fouls. This is a Phoenix team not deep, in some foul trouble. Joe Johnson obviously not here. Another offensive rebound keeps this trip alive, and a foul on Amar'e Stoudemire. That will be his 2nd. And Amar'e got hit on the arm and is shaken up as well. Well, we hope that's a hit on the funny bone and not something worse.
Well, Stoudemire out on Stackhouse and just kind of riding, moving the feet. You know, those are tough calls to officiate, tough calls if you're the offensive player and you get a charge on it, or maybe you get an offensive foul, and certainly tough for Amar'e Stoudemire. Well, it must not have been a foul, because the basketball gods just said, you know, we're not going to give you 2 points on that. Maybe we'll let you have 1. Call it even.
Amar'e's going to hang in there. Stack missed the first, made the second. He has 7 off the bench. Phoenix has 3 bench points. Dallas 15. Nowitzki guards him defensively. He gets there. Dirk knocked it away. chance for a 2-for-1 for Dallas if they want it. Nowitzki looks for Stackhouse posting on Jim Jackson. And the fans rise here at the American Airlines Center. On the switch, he's got Barbosa. Take him all the way down. Rebound, Stackhouse. Shot clock is off, but they've got a break. And Barbosa goaltending on Howard. Phoenix back on top.
You know, that was a nice job by Steve Nash. A lot of guys would pull that back out, take the last shot, but he knew they were in position to get an easy two. Sure. Got it.
Nash's 9 assists. Nowitzki, last shot of the half.
Tough to eat.
Halftime. So Dallas led this most of the way by as many as 8. Little push by Phoenix. And it is a 1-point Suns lead. Amari, amazing. 25 here in the playoffs after shooting 46% in the regular season. You see the Mavs, no three-point hits, but Finley able to knock that one down as Dallas retakes the lead. Here's 61-60 as the third quarter begins.
Well, those are the type of looks they're getting in the first half. They just weren't making them. That's horrible defense. Oh, that is abysmal.
By the way, he's the MVP.
By Dallas standards, that was horrible.
By the way, he's the MVP, and he keeps a left-handed dribble alive. Nash walks right in and gets one. Terry tries to respond. They're now 0 of 7 from behind the arc. Same 10 that started the game. Start the third quarter. Here's Stoudemire on the run. Dampier with 3 fouls, but good defense there to force the turnover. Here comes Jason Terry with a little teardrop. Knocked away from Stoudemire, and Dampier keeps this trip alive.
Second chance opportunities. That's one thing that Avery Johnson, I'm sure, was very pleased with. And I got to imagine Mike D'Antoni told his team, we cannot give them 12 second chance points in the second half and 14 offensive rebounds.
Nowitzki, Marion came over for a nice double and knocked it away from the frustrated Nowitzki. Here is Sean on the other end. Rebound by Dirk. His 6th rebound to go with 12 points. Make it 7.
Let's see if they swing the ball this time. There you go. Get the defense to move a little bit.
Dampier was fighting for position, but a 3-second violation called on Eric.
You don't see Dampier's not used to him swinging the ball. Like, we usually shoot it by now.
Just joining us, 2 early field goals for Dampier, but as has been the case for most of the playoffs, except game 2 out in Phoenix, Dampier picked up 2 fouls right away. Nash draws the defense, leaves Marion for 3.
Well, they were both Dirk Nowitzki and Eric Dampier rolled with the Mars.
Great, Don, one of the legends in the NBA, 3,123 games, coached or played, and the willingness when he saw the team after he came back from his rotator cuff surgery and his wife's illness, Josh Howard, the hoop, he saw the team not responding to him as well as they responded to Avery. Spoke with Del Harris, said to his longtime assistant, who's Avery's assistant as well, that maybe we need to go talk to Mark Cuban.
Oh, nice pass.
Anyway, it was Stoudemire to Nash on the pick and roll that time. It doesn't work. And Avery Johnson slid over to the head coaching chair on March 19th. Here, Dallas trails by 2. Nash gets knocked down.
That was a good pick, too.
Look at the clock by Howard before he knocks Nash down. It's an offensive foul. That's a good call by Sean Corker. Shoulder was lowered, and he barreled over the MVP. 3rd on Howard. Nothing's going to faze him. He's seen it all. Seen it all.
It's a sweet orange watch he has on, though.
Mark Cuban, the owner of the Dallas Mavericks, after Nelly stepped down and he accepted the resignation, said, I want Don to be the godfather of the Mavs. Nelly said, do I get to keep my season tickets? Yes. Nash, good find at Jackson. It's 2, toe on the tape. He missed it. And here come the Mavericks with Terry on Marion. Good long defense by Sean Marion, but another second chance opportunity for Dallas. Dampier has position, but he never secured the ball.
Got him.
Jimmy Jackson knocked away from Terry, by Terry from behind. Good job of hustling back on the play by the guard out of Arizona. Dallas is shooting just 38% here tonight. They were a 45% shooting team in the regular season and in the playoffs. Got off to a good shooting start in the opening quarter, but have been bad here in the last 15 minutes. Jackson across the lane. Well defended.
What's going on here? Teams are actually playing some D, getting some stops.
Finley was thinking about Dampier in the post, but it was defended well by Stoudemire. He was stuck in the air, thus the turnover. Nash and Amari, who are working the two-man game so well this season.
Boy, how about Amari just leading the way like a pulling guard? He just kind of ran alongside of him, make sure Dampier can't get there to him. Yeah, I'd like to see Nowitzki get a little more aggressive. About 3 or 4 trips down the court, he had an open 17-footer that he didn't take. It's almost like he's thinking about it now.
He hasn't taken a shot here in the corner in the first 4 minutes.
Let it go.
Double coming. The find to the open man, Howard. Howard took a shot in the mouth 2 trips ago. He's been reaching up for that lip nose area, and he hasn't been sharp. Richardson a 3. Splash for Q. And Avery will take another 20-second timeout here as the Suns have their largest lead of the night at 7. Dallas, very little going on. Amari has not scored yet here in this second half, but doing the little things. Phoenix with the 3-pointer made by Richardson, forcing the 20-second timeout by Avery Johnson. At 6 threes made for Nash and company here tonight. None for Dallas. And for the series, Phoenix has made 14 more 3-pointers than Dallas. 7 in game 1, just 1 more in game 2. But 18-0 from behind the arc, a big difference here tonight.
I would just like to see, for the Maverick fans, see Nowitzki get going and get one of those streaks where he just catching and shooting and not thinking about it and being ultra aggressive offensively.
Phoenix's defense has been good here. Late second and in the third. Terry rims it out. The Mavericks are 2 of 7 in the first 4.5 of the half. Nash and his best buddy Nowitzki. The lob for Amari. There's Dirk with a block. Stoudemire keeps it alive, goes right at Dirk. Jim Jackson keeps it alive and hits.
A great job by Amari Stoudemire that time, keeping the ball alive, keeping it alive, tipping it. Looks like he might have got hit in the nose while he's going up for getting offensive rebounds.
7-0 run, 9-point lead. Nowitzki sees Jackson. Stackhouse from up top. Jerry Stackhouse has been way off here tonight.
They are completely out of sync offensively. And you want to talk about the effort you've seen from Amari Stoudemire tonight, not just the dunks. Right here, gets the lob pass from Steve Nash, gets a block, gets a finger on it, gets another hand on it, grabs it. I think that's where he might have got hit in the nose. Takes it up, doesn't get it, keeps it alive, bouncing around. Jimmy Jackson finally gets it and converts on the deuce.
Phoenix for its first double-digit lead of the night. Marion short rebound. Nowitzki, he got slapped in the face, and finally the foul is called. That's about 3 different guys who got slapped in the face. A couple inadvertent. That was on purpose, and that's 4 fouls on Marion. Meantime, Stoudemire might have to come out here too, because he is struggling with the shot he took to the nose. No, he's just going to get a towel. So Sean Marion sits with 4 fouls.
Well, for Sean Marion, you realize that was a silly foul. And Dirk Nowitzki already had inside position, going to get that defensive rebound, and just to reach around for a hopeful poke out.
Offensive foul is called. Let's see, Jim Clark and Eddie F. Rush discussing. Yes, it will be an offensive foul. It's going to be on Josh Howard. They were looking at Nowitzki, but it is Josh Howard. Phoenix taking control of this game as Dallas has scored just 2 field goals in the first half of this third quarter. Richardson, another 3. This one short. Howard on the rebound. Stackhouse is freezing cold. 2 of 16 in the last 2 games. Maybe an easy one will get him going. Nice find by Howard. 7-point game.
And Darrell Armstrong in the game to provide a little bit of energy and maybe pound Steve Nash and stay in his back pocket.
There is the veteran for defense. Nash right around him to the left, and there is nobody in the middle, but he missed the layup. With Dampier out, Nowitzki in. Oh, a knockdown by McCarty on Armstrong, and the foul is called on Walter. McCarty picks up his 3rd. Daniels in, Howard out.
Well, you got Amari Stoudemire going to try to guard Marquise Daniels. I'd like to see him get the ball and maybe just take it right out of Amari Stoudemire.
They'll use McCarty on Nowitzki. Oh, the rim left free. There's 2 easy quick ones for Stackhouse. 5 points, crowd back in it. Stoudemire attacks the rim again. Dunk number 6. He has 27 points. 25 of them have come on dunks, short shots, or free throws.
That was a 10.5 on the sickness meter.
Nowitzki hasn't taken a shot yet. Is Stack free for 3? Try to keep
They
it
got
alive.
numbers.
Sure do. Stoudemire, hold on. Good job by Finley to knock it away. Now Dallas has numbers. 4 on 2. Dirk to Daniels. Offensive foul. Quentin Richardson on defense.
Well, let's see if Quentin Richardson gets there. That's tough. I think he made the right call. The fans don't.
Nash dribbles through everybody, and Steve Nash has taken it out now to 16 points here on the night.
Well, that was
14.
a huge call. I mean, now they come back down and score and extend the lead out to 9. Could have been 5 and a free throw.
Finley very quiet tonight. Nowitzki tried to keep it alive. Stackhouse gets it. Finley's 3 of 10. Nowitzki 4 of 15. And on the knockdown, McCarty picks up his 4th foul.
Well, with the lineups they have in right now, they've tried to post Dirk Nowitzki a couple times. They just come with a double team. They're not going to let him beat him down on the post. Just like with Finley guarding Stoudemire on the other end, they're double teaming right away, making him kick it out.
Take it easy, 32. Don't do it too much.
Armstrong pick and roll with Daniels. That's going to be N1. And a foul on Stoudemire. Amari's 3rd. Tommy, Phoenix is going to be in foul trouble here. Dallas's aggressiveness and attack, even though they're not making a lot of shots, is going to
The call, if they made the mistake, I think they should go ahead and take away the technical.
but you can't do that.
Sure you can.
Nash makes it. 8-point game.
So I was going to say if he missed it, basketball gods would
I know
say.
you're thinking that. I know you're thinking that.
But no, I mean, why can't you do that? I'm sure you can't do it, but I mean, you should be able to do it. If he argues and gets the call change, and you made the mistake, and he has to get vociferous to make you believe, to point your mistake out, and you finally figure it out, why can't you change the call? Huh?
There's not common sense here in the rule book. It's just black and white. Here's the deal.
Gotcha.
Dallas shooting 38%, yet within 7. Nash on the bounce, it is taken away, and here come the Mavs. Daniels all the way. Nowitzki trying to slam. Missed it. Dirk is 4 of 16 tonight. Cannot get going. Nash a triple. Richardson was retreating for defense. It gives Dallas a chance. Dirk wants to score in the worst way. And now it's 5 on McCarty. Are they going to count it? I think they're going to count that basket. It does. And a chance for a 3-point play.
That was a 1974 continuation right there. That was old school continuation. That very easily could have been called on the ground, gathered himself, and then went to the hoop.
Boy, Mike D'Antoni's got some issues. Walta on the bench with 5. Marion has 4. Richardson and Stoudemire 3. Remember, they have no Joe Johnson tonight after the fractured orbital bone. So lots of issues over there. Meantime, Nowitzki just made his 2nd field goal since the first quarter. He was 3 of 8 in the first. He was 1 of 8 until that field goal went. And now it's a 4-point game.
Let's see if he can get it up in the air.
On the switch. Marion, that's 3. Sean Marion, another triple. He has 16.
Well, they're collapsing on Amari Stoudemire. They're not going to let him get that ball. But if Steve Nash wants to throw it to him, it's tougher to throw that bounce pass now because the smaller Marquise Daniels is switching on him, and he's got quick hands. He can get to that bounce pass.
Still an assist for Nash. He has a dozen. Trying to set up now is Daniels on Barbosa. The dive by Stackhouse. 3 field goals here in the quarter for Stack. 5-point game, 2.5 to go. Nash and Nowitzki are ending up against each other on all these switches so often. And it's so funny because they know each other's moves inside out. A beautiful find. One more time. It's Amare. 29 points, 7 dunks of his 10 field goals.
You know, it's hard for that weak side defense to get over because it happens so quick. It happens so quick and he jumps so quick that you almost have to cheat all the way to the midpoint of the half-court line and get over there.
Daniels, nice inside. So when Barbosa's seeing Daniels, they're using side. They're going right down to the little box of Marquise. Stoudemire couldn't catch the lob. Mavs a chance to get it to within 3 or 2.
Daniels spinning.
Not very often Mike D'Antoni calls a set play. Lets them go with it. The Dallas bench forced him to call a set play here because they're putting up quite a show. Nash knocks down a 3.
And Nowitzki was saying he may have been on the line. And it was close.
Back to a half dozen. Dirk is now involved, calling for the ball, trying to run it through him. Goes right at Stoudemire. Good defensive help by Quentin Richardson, forces the turnover. Hugh, 3. That is Phoenix in a nutshell. Dallas worked to claw back up the mountain. Bang, bang, 2 threes. 9-point lead for the Suns.
Once again with Phoenix, you have to retreat back to that three-point line, not the paint.
Plus 27 from behind the arc. They continue the dominance in three-point shooting in this series.
This is a matchup I think they can exploit.
Nash came for defensive help. Marion kept it alive. What a stretch here by Phoenix. 2 threes. Can they bang another one? Marion trails. Barbosa. Stoudemire. Knocked Nowitzki down. No call. Stackhouse. Richardson the block. Shot clock is off. Will they hold for one? Avery's asking for it. Terry, the point guard, sees it. Last shot of the quarter. Go right at him. Stack. A 3. Finally, the Mavericks hit from behind the arc. Still time for Nash. This is good if it goes. It was 60-59 after the second. 3, so it's a 2, not a 3. And thus it's a 5-point lead to start quarter 4 of game 3. And for perspective, when even at 1 in a best of 7, the team that wins game 3 wins the series 3/4 of the time.
What about the game that win games 2 on the road? Don't they win like 71% of the time? So they kind of, we get the opposing percentages that go back and forth, back and forth, back
Those
and
numbers
forth.
really don't work, so we're going to leave them out.
Only use the numbers that work in your favor.
Nowitzki starts the 4th quarter on the floor. He wants to do that. He's had a struggle getting in the flow at the 4th quarter when he comes in off the bench. Stoudemire took it right at him and missed. Finley the rebound. Nash starts quarter 4 on the bench. Stackhouse is short. Amari gets the board. It's Stoudemire, Barbosa on the point. Richardson, Jim Jackson, and Sean Marion.
Well, this is key start for the Phoenix Suns. How much time can they buy with Barbosa running the point and Steve Nash on the bench? Can they get 3 or 4 minutes and still keep the lead?
Stoudemire, free throw line jumper.
Oh.
He got his own rebound. And he's fouled by Daniel.
He came out of nowhere. And he's like, yeah, the ball's coming down. Maybe I'll think about grabbing it. And he just wanted it more than anybody else. He came from 15 feet away to go get that ball.
Nash sat for 3 minutes, by the way, in the first half. Nowitzki has sat for just 4 minutes in this game.
I really think Phoenix is set up well now as far as their foul trouble. Marion has 4, not a huge problem. If he gets a 5th one, let's say in the first 2 or 3 minutes, then it may be a problem. But Stoudemire only with 3, Richardson with 3, so I think they're still looking pretty good.
Amar'e Stoudemire will come to the line for the 14th time tonight. And the 48th time in this series. That's to go with some great production as well. Let's watch on this end who gets Nowitzki. And if it's Marion, which it should be, they go right at him.
And then we'll see if Mike D'Antoni decides to double when he gets the ball on the block, if he gets the ball. I just think you got to get the ball to your all-star.
Tight little window to fit the pass through. It comes back to Daniels. Boy, Dallas, a good shooting three-point team on the season, struggling here in the series. And tonight, they're 1 of 12 at home from behind the arc.
Where's Phoenix going to? They're trying to get the ball to Amar'e Stoudemire every time down the court. I think Dallas needs to try to find Nowitzki when they get down the court.
Terry, nice shape, kick, Finley. There's one. Second three-pointer. You know, Tom, you wonder about the MVP votes for Nash. Look at how much tougher it is to get it to Stoudemire when Nash isn't in the game. Stackhouse has him on the switch. The other part of this is Joe Johnson, who's out, is their backup point guard. And he's given them good minutes at the point during the playoffs. And
there you go.
Minute 42. You feel good? Good. Free to shoot for Phoenix.
Well, you make a good point, Mike, and the fact that you watch him try to get the ball to him down there, and they're not able to do it. See, when other players try to pass to Amar'e Stoudemire, the window closes much quicker. Nash can get that ball to him on the move and in tight spots where Amar'e Stoudemire can do something with it.
Three to shoot, right off the bench, right to Nash. Nowitzki the rebound with anger for the 13th time tonight. 2-point game if it goes. It does. Jason Terry. Buckle up, this fourth quarter is going to be fun. Just as it was 2 nights ago at America West. Screen and roll off the hands of Stoudemire. Dallas can tie or take the lead. And Mike D'Antoni wants to pull the plug on this building. Timeout, Phoenix. How do you not love the playoffs? Going head-to-head. And watch here in the fourth quarter how often these two friends, as they did in the first two games, on switches and these screen and rolls, end up man-to-man, head-to-head against each other in key spots in this playoff game. Terry down the lane. Stoudemire swallowed it, but it's called a goaltend, and this game is tied at 88.
You know, he thought about not doing it. He took his hand down.
Yeah, you're right.
And he just couldn't help himself.
Hey, Tom, going back to that 2 before that they switched, let me just clarify what I was saying. The officials didn't look at a replay. You can't do that to switch a 3 to a 2 where it happened at that point in the game. They discussed it and got the correct call on the board. 2, not 3. Richardson outside. Finley knocked down, gives Richardson a pass. Kicks it to Nash. That's clearly a 3. And that's a 3-point Phoenix lead. You know, Dallas wants to let Nash shoot. They're okay with him taking a lot of shots. Mike D'Antoni told me this one, he's our best shooter. I gotta do a double take because of Richardson and those guys, but you know, Nash shoots at a very high percentage from the outside as well.
Oh, he's a great shooter. He just doesn't want to shoot. Doesn't want to shoot that much. Wants to get everybody else involved.
Nowitzki on Marion. First shot of the quarter is good. Phoenix attacks right away. Richardson. Jim Jackson. Nice tip for the former Dallas Maverick draft pick.
That's what makes them tough. Get out in the open court, stretch the defense, dribble penetration. Even though you miss it, you give your teammates a chance to get on the offensive glass, and that's what Jim Jackson did.
Nowitzki hit one. Got a little size mismatch. Get him right down in the box and repost with Jim Jackson. But Marion was there for the double. It'll be 5 to shoot for the Mavericks.
He's only taken 4 field goal attempts in the second half. Now, they've been doubling him down in the low block, but I've just seen some shots where usually he gets and he fires, and he's ready to rock and roll. He's always in high gear offensively, but I don't think he feels comfortable right now with his offensive game. We'll see if that last shot can kind of get him on track here in the fourth quarter. Back pass.
By Finley, and Nash comes away with the steal. Nash, Stoudemire, Richardson, Marion, Jim Jackson, left corner. Try the lob for Marion. Back comes Nowitzki for the Mavericks.
Well, that's one guy in the Mavericks you don't want to lob against.
Finley misses a 3. Another 3-point miss. They're shooting 8% from behind the arc. Stoudemire inside. Over 30 again against the Mavericks. 5 games against Dallas. All 5 he scored over 30. I don't think they can guard him. Timeout Mavs. What is it, Chris Berman and Tom Jackson? To Amari. It's part of our Gatorade Cooler Talk tonight.
Well, that's what you don't want, Mike. You don't want him getting big points and big assists. You see, to Amari once, to Amari twice, to Amari again. It's over and over. Steve Nash to Amari Stoudemire. Amari Stoudemire with 11 field goals. 7 of those field goals directly off Steve Nash assists. Our first ballot Hall of Fame stat man, Marty Aronoff, helping me out with that. I'd be nothing without Marty.
None of us would. Wow.
And not only to get it, it's about 40 seconds. It's like, boom, got it for you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Marty.
5-point game. Nowitzki's watched by Marion, who has those 4. Haven't been able to get a 5th on him. They'll go Stackhouse out of this timeout. Over Quentin Richardson. 18 points now for Stack on 5 field goals.
We'll see if that becomes a steady diet of the Dallas Mavericks if they can't exploit Phoenix's transition defense. Well, that's what they were successful with last game, getting it inside post-up penetration.
Nowitzki with the turnover. It is 5-on-2. Dirk all the way. He missed it again. Stackhouse keeps it alive. Another second chance. Dirk wants it back. Got it to go. That is just flat out wanting it. 1-point game. 7 to go.
Smelling a Nash Stoudemire pick and roll here. Oh, he had a layup if he wanted it.
Jim Jackson on the tape. Same team. Dampier and Nowitzki crashed for it. It was out of bounds as it touched Jackson. Dallas have a chance to take the lead. Let me quickly remind you that the WNBA season opens a week from tomorrow. The defending champion Seattle Storm take on the LA Sparks and Lisa Leslie. Seabirds team will raise the banner, defend the flag, starting 4 Eastern on ABC 1 week from tomorrow afternoon. Mavericks for the lead. Nowitzki. Rebound, Marion.
That's got to be at least 4 point-blank shots that he's missed, but I like the aggressiveness. He's getting it. He's thinking score. Try to get to the rim.
Look at Nash. Stoudemire over Dampier. Dampier there defensively. Stoudemire got it back. He attacks the front of the rim like a mouse going to cheese. 8 dunks on the night of his 12 field goals.
Well, you can't jump quick enough to get up there and block it. And even if you could, you couldn't get up high enough.
Terry fumbled the catch halfway through the 4th. Phoenix +3. Nice use of the Nowitzki screen. Crossed him right over.
Nash kind of went back to his soccer days there, didn't he? Stuck the right foot out, see if he maybe get a kick save.
His dad, a great soccer player in England. His brother, an indoor soccer player. Over the last couple of years. That time, Terry fouls him as Nash was showing the ball. Terry says it was on the pass. The official says no on the shot, and Steve will get 2.
You see Amari Stoudemire just initiating the contact. Then it's just a scrum, and then it's look out. As soon as he gets the ball, you know what's coming. You know what he's going to try to do. And he leans in. A lot of his shots, you'll watch him now when he goes to the rim. He leans in on you, so you almost have no choice but to foul him or get out of the way. Because if you hold your ground, then you usually get pushed underneath the basket, and he ends up getting offensive rebound. It's very, very tough to stop.
Nash goes 1 of 2. A very good shooter. 6th best in the league on the regular season. And then just his 3rd miss of these 2005 playoffs. Nowitzki's taken 22 shots. He's made 7. Nash tries to double. Got the ball. Dirk got it back. Amari a rebound for the 12th time tonight. Nash sees Dampier. That's what he's great at. Keep the dribble alive. You got it. 10 to shoot. Draws Nowitzki. Marion. Open. 3.
That was all Nash.
All Nash.
All Nash.
Oh, man.
That was just beautiful.
15 assists for Steve here tonight. easier baskets for Phoenix, compounded by Dallas struggling from the outside. Dampier on cleanup. Jim Jackson knocked it away. Phoenix ball.
Just nice hands by Quentin Richardson. Eric Dampier going up. See, you can't put that ball above your head or behind your head. You got to keep it in front of you. I mean, it's an equalizer. Guys behind you can reach up and slap that ball away. And as a big guy, you just got to be stronger with it. Make sure you at least get the free throw line. Oops.
Jim Jackson a three. Timeout, Avery Johnson. As Phoenix, for the third time, has come back.
Well, that's the problem with it all, and you end up shooting an 18-footer. This ought to be fun.
Nash on Nowitzki. They've done this thousands of times when they were teammates. Stoudemire goes right at him, almost threw it up to get his own rebound. One to shoot, it didn't hit the rim. Got it off in time. Marion, no. The tip is in for Jackson.
He's been huge here in the fourth quarter.
Yes.
Couple tip-ins, big three from the corner.
Two former Mavs, Jackson and Nash, killing Dallas here tonight. Plus 10 with 3:21. Every trip is huge. Another offensive rebound, another second chance. Finley turned away by Stoudemire. Stackhouse is short. Dallas is shooting 39%. They are 1 of 14 from behind the arc. They're 12 of 44 shooting threes in the series. So Dallas has made 12 three-pointers in 11 quarters. Phoenix has made 11 three-pointers tonight. Nash, low dribble, goes in, gets it again. Largest lead of the night. Dallas in trouble. Terry a three. 1 of 14 shooting threes. 1 of 15 shooting threes.
Amazing. And they're actually getting some pretty decent looks. You may expect something like that to happen on the road, but certainly not at home.
Again, this is the 6th best three-point shooting team in the league during the regular season at 36%. And they're shooting 42 in the playoffs coming into tonight's game. Not tonight.
Oh, no. Stop it.
The hook shot in the lane over the 7-footer. He has 25 points and 16 assists. And Avery Johnson takes another timeout. Look at Mike D'Antoni. He is all fired up.
For a game 3 on the, I mean, 57 points is accounted for tonight with points and assists. And I just think it's ludicrous for anybody to question why this guy was named the MVP. Not only is he a fantastic player, but he's all about the team.
Marion gets the steal. It is a 15-0 Phoenix run here in the fourth quarter. That is just a devastating knockout at home to have somebody run 15 on you in the back half of the fourth quarter in a 1-1 game 3.
Well, Dallas knows what it's like. On the other side, they ran a 20-0 run on Houston last round.
Mark Cuban's reaction says it all. 14-point game. Jim Jackson, soft, off the window. So the Phoenix Suns come down here, have a great three-point shooting night, and are on their way to taking a 2-1 lead in this best of 7. It's a foul on Nowitzki, as another 3 is missed by the Mavericks here tonight. And Avery's going to empty the bench. Miami, Washington, tomorrow night, primetime, ABC. We start our coverage at 8 Eastern. Tip time 15 minutes after. Then Detroit, Indy, game 4. Pregame at 3. Tip time 3:30. TNT Sunday night. San Antonio, Seattle. It's a 4 o'clock local start out in the Great Northwest. And TNT will have game 4 of this series, 8:30 local time here in Dallas. And the Mavericks will need that one to square the series. Game 5 of this series slated for Wednesday night back in Phoenix. Nash, runner, check please. 27 points, 17 assists. Nowitzki goes 8 of 24 on the night. And 1 of 16 shooting threes for Dallas. That's about as bad a three-point shooting night as you can have.
Well, 3 games in, we've had 2 road teams win. And 1 game. Stop. It's enough.
Amari Stoudemire, 36 points. As the bench gets emptied, Steve Nash, a word for Amari and the rest of the guys, as they are all headed to the exits.
And Mike D'Antoni and Bo Outlaw negotiating whether he'll go in the game or not. I still think we'll get one more road win, minimum,
in the series.
Out of the series. Yeah, we have 2 in the first 3 games. I don't think the home court means a whole heck of a lot in this series. Both teams are very good on the road. Both have already shown they're both capable of going into the other team's home building and winning games. Tonight was just way too much. I mean, Stoudemire was awesome, but Nash was phenomenal. Some of the stuff that he did, and those 2 guys together, maybe they're the best pick-and-roll combo in the game right now.
They are this generation's Stockton #1.
Well, and they've only been together 1 year.
I know.
Which is incredible.
And they read each other so well. Would you believe 1 of 18? Dallas is shooting 5.5% from behind the line. That is just a frightening number.
Is that a Get Smart line? Would you believe 1 for 18? Well, you got to think if percentages play out next game, they're due for about a 55% shooting from behind the arc.
You would think. Barbosa lost the handle. Darrell Armstrong hits it 2. And this set the final number here tonight at a 17-point win for the Phoenix Suns. So the team with the 7th best road winning percentage in NBA history comes into Dallas and comes up with a huge 4th quarter to retake the lead in this series. It was 87-82 and a 32-point 4th quarter for Phoenix. Dallas limited to just 20 in the final frame. And Mark Jones is with the NBA MVP.
He certainly played like